He'll get a store till we get some money.
All right. We are live. We are here. We've got my dear brother Andrew's with Andrew Jamal. Sorry, guys. 2024 election night coverage. MCMINISTRIES. We are live. We're going to be talking about a lot of different things. I can't throw this hat on so my PZ hair can't be shown. We're going to be talking about a lot of different things tonight. So, I didn't want to do this on a Friday night, of course, because Friday night is Sabbath night and we don't want to be talking politics on Friday. However, tonight is election night. We want to have a live outlook on this thing. And look, we're going to be inviting folks on to talk with Jamal and myself. We're going to have you guys jump on with us. If you want to jump on, that's fine. We're going to put the link to join us on Ecamm Live right here, live in our studio. Jamal's not with us; he's in his studio. He's in his office in his studio. But we're gonna be on this together, and we're gonna talk, man. We're gonna have a discussion and stuff, and just sit here and figure out, just talk through prophecy. Like, what does this election, what does it really mean to us prophetically? Like, how and what will take place prophetically going forward? So I'm glad you guys are joining. I'm sure others would join with us. Hopefully they'll just jump on and be a part of this. Let's get ahead and get my dear brother Jamal on. Jamal, what's going on? Let's see what's going on with you. Where are you at? There you go. All right. What's up, bro?
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? God bless.
Man, there's a lot going on. And we have, as we're going to be going through tonight, we're going to be looking at how this is going to affect us, And I'm going to put a poll out there. Hopefully this polling thing works to see whether or not, and I know a lot of us don't like talking about politics.
That's right.
However, we always do, but we don't, a lot of us kind of pretend like we don't want to talk about politics because, we're Seventh-day Adventist Christians and we're not supposed to talk about politics. But you know what? We should, Sister White, the pioneers, all of them, they talked about politics, how it would affect the church, how would it affect each and every one of us going forward. So let me see here. Jamal, I'm going to see if I can actually get this thing done the right way. Hold on, give me a second. We are live here. Let's see if we can get a poll in there. Give me a second. All right, let's see. I'm going to see if I can get a poll going. Give me a second. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Create a poll. Polling.
Right now I'm just sharing this with everybody.
Yeah, man, go ahead and share this, man. Go ahead and share this. I just want to put a poll out there to see how many, believe that, whether or not it be Trump or whether or not it be Kamala, which one would kind of push prophecy ahead, as we take a look at this, we're going to take a look at this, guys. I want to see, where is my polling thing at? I don't see it. Maybe I need to do it from my laptop and not my phone. That's probably what it is. That is probably what it is. Let's see here. Let's charge up the phone while I got a moment. Yeah, we're going to see whether or not, I want to see whether or not, aren't we supposed to stay out of politics as SDA members? Asked Tracy Ann Johnson. No. When you say stay out of politics, are you saying talking about politics or getting into politics, like running for something? Because those are two different questions. Questions. Are you talking about polling? Are you talking about voting? Or are you talking about, running? Or are you talking about talking? Because that would make the difference.
Yeah, because I got some Ellen White quotes that I want to share tonight. Now she talks about voting for man. When I talk about voting for man, we're talking about, you can talk about politics. She even said that we can vote on issues. So in order to vote on issues, you got to know what the issues are. If you know, so that's politics. So
Right.
talking about,
I think there is
there's a line.
there is a misconception that we have regarding whether we should vote and how we vote and all these other things. I think there is a misconception there. So that's what we want to share tonight. We want to, we're here tonight to discuss these things. And I'm over here double playing stuff, but let me see if I can at least put a poll out there. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Start a question, start a poll. There we go. Hey, you might want to turn that fan off, man. I can hear that thing buzzing along.
Yeah, that means I got a good mic. Everybody can hear me now.
We can hear you now, man. Which candidate would push? All right, so I just put a poll out there. Want to see what folks think about that, and hopefully you guys can see the poll. But I'm interested. I'm very interested to find out what that would look like. Already 50% on Trump. Already 50% on Trump. All right. I like it. I like that. I like it. I like it a lot. I want to hear from you guys. Let's keep this thing going. Let's keep the conversation going. I like it because that's exactly what we need to do. So yeah, I think there is a misconception, Jamal, on whether or not we should talk about politics. Or as Seventh-day Adventists, we should just stay far away from politics, and I think that's a big misconception. We have to really understand and pay attention to who's being voted in as our leaders, whether it be from a general perspective in terms of the president of the United States to our local, right? And I think even so much so further than we need to really pay attention to local government because that's what affects us the most, right? Not to say that we need to jump in and vote and all of these other things, but we need to make sure that we are paying attention to what's going on, right? We have to stay educated. I don't think many of us are really, really educated as to, paying attention to the issues and how those issues affect us as, people that live in this country. So, right. Yeah, and this is the reason why I said, you know what, I want to go ahead and do this. I was really kind of battling in my mind because we have so many people that would talk about it Larry's and Jamal, they're talking about politics and they, we shouldn't be. I don't think that's the case because here's the deal. Many of us, we secretly are watching what's going on. We are paying attention secretly in our homes, and we talk about these in the kitchen and wherever around the tables that we talk about, water cooler conversations. So what are your thoughts, Jamal?
Well, my thoughts really, first I want to say good evening to everyone. And we did have prayer before we came on for those who were wondering why we hadn't prayed. When I was just making that up. We did have prayer. We did pray in. But, my thought on this right now is, we got to know where we are in prophecy, and in order to do that, we have to be waiting and watching. Waiting and watching, yes, it's one side is preparing, preaching the gospel, giving them the gospel to all the world, family members, friends, people we don't know. And the other side is watching on the other side because we got to see, what Satan's side is doing as well. And so we know where we are in time. And so when we know as far as voting for a man, and we get to that, a little later on, but we need to understand who's representing us as a people, and we need to know, what's taking place, because if we don't know what's taking place, and we're just focusing on just other things in the church, and then you know things are going to creep up on us very quickly, and we're not going to be aware. So it's about being aware on both sides. That's why it says that we need to be balanced. We need to be in the middle. We don't need to be to the left, or we don't need to be to the right. We need to be in the middle. We need to be balanced in everything that we do. Even in ministry, we need to be balanced.
Right. Another thing that we don't pay attention to are down ballot racing. Right. The race that the down ballot candidates. Who's going to be the senators? Who's going to be the congresspeople? Who's going to be governors? All these things matter. And you know what? Here's the deal. It only mattered when we went through the issues with 2020. We saw the chasm. We saw the great divide. We saw, that, hey, the people that we put in, the people that we vote in, the issues that we think we're voting in, this is when these things will take place. When we had COVID, when COVID came around, the issues with the lockdowns, all these things, you can tell the difference between the New Jersey governor, who was more inclined to keep, the spirits, what you call that, the alcohol, the where you get your drinks, right? The what stores?
Want to keep the liquor stores up.
The liquor stores. There you go. I've been going to those things. I can't remember what they call.
More essential than keeping the churches
open, right? These are the things that we have to pay attention to. If you live in a Democratic state, a state that's blue, pay attention to those things, because the next thing is that there will be. I'm not saying that it's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be the next, but we're looking to see what will come ahead of this, right? If there's another lockdown, what are they locking things? What are the things that they're locking down, right?
Yes.
And they're more inclined to lock down churches than liquor stores. We've seen that, right?
That's right.
These are the things that we have to pay attention to, and even with the red states, what are the criterias? A lot of them are pushing to go back to Christianity and this, that, and the third. What's going to be, the pull there, right? Looking at the polls, I'm seeing it's saying Trump. I think they have Trump at 78% right now. That Trump would be the one to push to push prophecy along faster than Kamala. What are your thoughts there, Jamal? How do you look at that?
Well, I believe when you start studying the King of the South and King of the North, the liberals and the conservatives and so forth, I think it would be the opposite way around, because either way, people keep saying, well, they're pushing Project 2025, but people are not understanding that both sides are pushing Project 2025. Because at the end of the day, the all is coming from the Laudato Si. Their name's right on it. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't matter which side gets in. Charles Spurgeon said, to choose the lesser of two evils, but God says choose no evil. So us as Christians, we shouldn't be voting for either one, because either one, the blood is going to be on your hands, number one. Number two, we're seeing prophecy fulfilled right before our very eyes. And to answer your question, Larry, I think that it's more of the Democrats. It's more, if she gets in office, I think that prophecy is going to be pushed even faster because of what the Bible said of the King of the South. Mm-hmm. Because they're the ones pushing this LGBT, C, X, Y, Z, H, alphabetical. They're the ones pushing for this Roe v. Wade stuff. They don't, it's my body, my rights. But when it comes to the jibber jabber, that's the new word.
Jibber jabber.
So when it comes to the jibber jabber, it's no longer my body, my rights. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But the
Right.
woman have a right to choose, but when it comes to the jibber jabber, now you got to go along with your, along with the agenda. So,
Right.
because let's look back now. Let's look back at what happened in 2020. Who was really pushing this thing? Was it more of the red, or was it more of the blue?
Mm-hmm.
So who was really pushing this thing? And we know that it's coming back around again. And especially if he gets in office,
I
this is
think
another opportunity.
think
They can
this is going to be
they can point their finger at him because they hate him. They
right.
hate him. So it's definitely going to come around again. Was it disease ads or whatever you want to monkeypox, whatever you want to
Mm-hmm.
call it? It's coming.
You
So
know,
y'all better be taking your vitamin C, getting sunlight, eating right, and leaving sugar alone because it's coming.
this is the thing, Jamal, that a lot of us do not want to pay attention to. This is really a hate Trump thing, right? Everybody hate Trump, right?
Yeah,
But they don't realize that there are a few people who are seeing the game is being played. Number one,
that's right.
freedom of speech. Freedom of speech has to
Mm-hmm.
come from a party that believes in socialism, right?
That's right.
Freedom of speech has to be removed, has to be removed from a party that believes in socialism and communism.
That's right.
A lot of folks don't, or probably never heard of the socialist Democrats,
Mm-hmm.
right? The
That's
Democrats,
right.
so the Democratic Socialist Party,
Mm-hmm.
they're here. AOC is a socialist Democrat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bernie Sanders, socialist Democrat, and this is a full on split of the Democrat Party. They are, that's what they call themselves, socialist
Right.
Democrats. When you have socialism is not a bipartisan. It's not a by. I'm sorry, it's not a byproduct. Excuse me. It is the religion of the Catholic Church. It is what is the theological standard of the Catholic Church. So when you are talking about socialism, we have to understand that a lot of these things are being pushed, and
Mm-hmm.
they're being pushed up, in America to remove the rights of the people. Now, Sister White says that our Constitution will be chipped away. It will be repudiated. It would have to be repudiated. Our rights have to be removed. Okay?
That's right.
So when you're hearing, and I think one of the things that we talked about last week, I think it was last week or week before last, was it last week that we were at Jeremy's?
Yeah. Last week.
We talked about this last week when we talked about freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is the first of the amendment. It is like the cornerstone. Without speech, without freedom of speech, it literally it hampers everything else. Freedom of religion goes away, right?
That's right.
Freedom of the rights to bear arms goes away. Freedom of the press goes away. Without speech, we have nothing. So when you hear people like Kamala Harris is saying, hey, I'm going to go after social media. I'm going to go after the podcasters. If you don't know how to stay in line with the agenda that we are speaking, everything else that goes against us is called misinformation, disinformation, malinformation.
That's right.
We're coming after you. We're
But
coming to shut you down. Huh?
But what side right now is pushing that?
That's the side that the left. So when you see that, then you got to say, okay, that's going to bump up against the King of the North. It's going to force the King of the North to come down fast and quick, right? So these are the things that we have to study in Daniel chapter 11. Daniel chapter 11 is literally laying it out as saying, hey,
Laying it out.
it's going to have to be the King of the South pushing up against the King of the North to force the King of the North to come down very quickly with a response.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
go ahead.
No. I was going to say, because when you look at the King of the North, we know the King of the North is going to push back.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to use climate change, which they've been using for the last some odd years, since 2017 that I can remember, 2015, 2017. That they're using climate change to get all the other religions on board because see, going back to your question earlier, what side is going to push it faster? His side, when I say his side, I mean Trump's side, there, he's already talking about, that we got to get back to the church, and we got to get back to, praying and all this other stuff. Yes, if you didn't know better, it sounds good. It does sound good, but we know what that's leading to. Who are we praying to?
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day. So when you understand prophecy, when you start studying prophecy, you're like, oh, hold on, wait a minute now. Yes, that's a good thing when we can all come together and pray. It's a good thing that we can all, get back to God. That's a good thing. But what God are you talking about?
Right.
Because what day are you talking about worshiping on? And so we already know, and so you can see through prophecy, looking at the book of Daniel, on who's going to push it faster. King of the South is going to push this thing. If she gets in office, us as Christians, we're going to have to move a little quicker and getting our lives in order and our homes in order with Christ.
Yeah. I'm going to put a couple things out there. So, Kamala Harris has not told anybody her real plan, right? This is the deception that's going on. We're not going to tell you the real plan until we get in.
Because they're pushing that 2025.
Right, Agenda 2025, exactly, and that's, you know what? The deception is it's called projection. It is called projection. We're going to project what one side is going to do, and we're the ones going to be doing. But watch this. What I know for sure that she's looking to do, one, is that she's looking to remove the filibuster. Okay.
Yeah.
So once you remove the filibuster, that means the minority party within the Senate, within Congress, the minority party don't have a voice. The majority rules. Okay. The filibuster is there so that the minority party can have a voice, can say, "Hey, we're gonna filibuster until we can pause this thing and it don't pass." But whatever that bill is that they want to pass, but without a filibuster, that means the majority of that party. So let's say she wins, and let's say she keeps the Senate, and let's say she gets to Congress. That means, just like Joe Biden had in 2021 and 2022, he had a full Congress, full Senate behind him. They can do whatever they want to do. But because of the filibuster, that's what stopped Joe Biden from doing a lot of what he wanted to do. So what Kamala Harris is saying, she's coming in to remove the filibuster, which means that this becomes a dictatorship, a dictatorial regime, by having one party having full power, okay? And whatever she passes, she will pass. The next thing is that by having a filibuster, by removing the filibuster, she as a president appoints the judges for the Supreme Court. So get this, she has now right to go and say, you know what? We will go ahead and pack the Supreme Court. And once they pack the Supreme Court, having no filibuster, that means the executive, the legislative, as well as the judicial is under the control. And what they want to do is they want to pack it 6 and 6. That means there'll be 12 judges. Now, if all 12 judges, if 6 goes to the right and 6 goes to the left, then guess who has the tiebreaker?
Congress?
No, the president, the executive. You see? So by packing the court as well as removing the filibuster, this is what you call a dictatorial regime. But what people don't, they're hearing her say these things and not realizing, again, what you said clearly was the king of the South has to move and buck up hard against the king of the North. What's going to happen is if she does that, then that leaves unrelenting power to the next party. And let's say that the Republican Party wins the next election cycle. Then they have no filibuster. That means, and they have a packed court. That means this is where the king of the North can come down extremely hard.
Yeah. This thing is serious, brother. It's serious because at the end of the day, again, it goes back to, we got to pay attention to these things, because our lives are at stake here. We know we're at the end. We know we're at the end. This is why we got to get our lives right with the Lord. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter which side. It's just one side's going to push it faster, and it goes back to, her side, Kamala. if she gets in office, she's already talking. It goes back to your thought earlier. She's already talking about her. What's his name? John Kerry. They're already talking about silencing those on social media that they should have a voice, that they should be filtered. Which is what? Which is the First Amendment. You have a right to freedom of speech. Now they want to silence you. This is all we're heading into. What is it called that they're doing in China? The social
credit system.
Yeah, this is what we're heading to. It's just one side is going to push it. It doesn't matter what side gets in. One's going to push it. One's going to give us some time.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that we were told in Spirit of Prophecy was to pray for time. Not time to make money. Not time to put your child through college. Not time. No, to pray for time to give us to get right with God, and get the gospel out, because we were told by the Bible and inspiration that because we didn't work in the times that we were supposed to, we're going to have to work in harsh conditions. Now we're going to see the conditions we're going to have to work in, because however side it goes, it's going to be bad. It's up. It's up from here on out. It's up, man.
Right. And that's the thing right now. We, again, paying attention to this, looking at it from a biblical standpoint, looking at it from, a standpoint of the Spirit of prophecy, and knowing what we know that trouble has to come. There's got to be an inflection point, some turning point as to when things will get to a point where we start seeing for ourselves, again, it's going to speed up, right?
That's right.
We don't know what that point is, but we're looking at this election cycle right now, okay? Let's take a look back at this election cycle. There is a putrefied hatred for Trump.
Yep.
There is a feeling of an ominous feeling that's going on around the country because people are feeling the pinch, right? There are people who are losing their jobs. There are folks who cannot afford, even though they have one or two jobs, they still cannot afford to feed their families, right? There are people in our churches who are suffering that we're trying to help out, and it doesn't seem like it's not really cutting through. And more, it just seems to us that, the more we try, the more it looks like we're failing at this. Right. Okay? The more we feel like we're failing at this. But what I'm trying to get at is, when do we realize that a lot of the things that we see is really from the ground up? Here it is that people believe that the president of America is the one that's going to really push prophecy ahead faster. Sister White clearly told us that it's the people.
It's the common people, she said.
Common people will be the one to drive and push until they can get the ceiling broken. Mm-hmm. All what politicians do is hear what the people want, and then they run on what the people want. Does that make sense, Jamal? So in other words, abortion is on the ballot. That's what's on the ballot, right? Mm-hmm. Kamala's whole campaign is hate Trump and reproductive rights, abortion. They call it reproductive rights, which is an oxymoron to me. That's right. But abortion is on the ballot, so she's running for those who care about abortion. What needs to be on the ballot for us to understand a Sunday law is coming?
Mercy.
A Sunday law. Acceptance of Sunday needs to be on the ballot. How does it get on the ballot? By the people. So this is when you start to see an inflection point. This is when you start to see a change. When you know that for certain, that you see that for certain, that there will be some type of a politician running for something that says, hey, we need to make Sunday a law. That's right. So this is what we got to start paying attention to. Yes, Trump is in the office, or Kamala may win, or Trump may win. But while they're there, what what would we see going on in terms of the move to shape America, to change America, to make America being controlled by something else or someone else? What shift what shift would take place? How would it take place? Right?
Yeah. Brother, let me say this. Go ahead. When you talk about Sunday law, we already know it's already on the books already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's already blue law is already there.
We already know it's already on the books, the Sunday blue laws. So nobody can't they can't refute that. But all they're gonna do is wait for the common people to enforce it. When the King of the North starts pushing, he's gonna start. This is where he's gonna be pushing. We need to get back to God, and this is why they said that Christians, Protestant America. That's why we're called Protestants, because we were protesting against the Catholic Church.
Right.
Okay? Now, this is why we were told that we're going to clap hands across the Gulf with Rome, and we're seeing it. All roads lead to Rome, and we're seeing this. Why is it? I had a friend I was talking to, he's not in the church. Oh, sorry about that. He's not in the church, and I talked to him about a week or so ago. We had this conversation about this, and I asked him, I said, why? Why do you think, that they put these two people out of all candidates? They could have put Robert Kennedy for the Republicans. They could have put somebody else instead of Kamala. Like, why they give us these two? What happened to Ramaswamy? What happened to all these people? Why they only put these two people in? For us, that's like, what's a good example, man?
I can answer that question. I can answer that question easily.
Yeah. You just put two of your own choices, and you tell the people to vote for the two people that you want in office. Is that because I know that either one win, they're going to push the agenda. They have to.
But the question. Go ahead. To answer your question, to answer your first question, why would they put just these two people? Number one.
Yeah.
Do you not know that do you not know how much money this election cycle brought? The views on YouTube, Rumble, social media blew up. Mainstream media blew up. Independent media blew up. I mean, this was a cycle where everybody's talking about it. Yeah. Right? It's almost like when Michael Jordan played in the NBA in the finals. Mm-hmm. If you pull up the finals between 2023 and 2023 and 1999 or
96, 97.
No. I'm saying between 2023 and go back to 2000. So 23 years ago, 2023 to 2000, you would see the numbers of viewership who watched the NBA finals was no more than probably average 15 million people. Okay? Now, you might say that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
But when you look at the NBA finals with Michael Jordan, 1991, 2, 3, skip 4 and 5, 6, 7, and 8. When you look at those NBA finals that Michael Jordan was in, 35 million people, almost 40 million people average when Michael Jordan was playing in the NBA finals. Today, he's not there, so you're averaging only 15 million. What does that say? That says Michael Jordan was the one that attracted people to have more viewership on NBC and wherever else the finals was playing on.
Yeah, Larry, that's a good point.
So now, who's bringing all the views? Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump is bringing all the views. He is the Michael Jordan of politics right now. So get this. After Donald Trump is gone, what's left? You mentioned Vivek Ramaswamy and all these. They don't have that je ne sais quoi. They don't have that showmanship. They don't have the Donald Trump aura. So yeah, they're not gonna put him out there. They're not gonna put my man from Florida, the governor from Florida. They're not going to put him out there. They're not going to put anybody else. I mean, of course, Joe Biden had to be there. He's the incumbent, and they didn't primary him. They didn't primary the right way. They literally, the Democrats removed democracy out of the way to put in a person that they chose. So of course, at this point, it's all about who can we talk bad about? Who can we talk about? What face can we put out there? And the more it is, people are paying attention. More people paid attention to the politics from 2016, 2020, and 2024. And as a matter of fact, from 2016, all it did was it just rose. I mean, when you look at the average of people watching and paying attention from 2016 to this point, and you go back from 2016 to like even when Bill Clinton and these guys, I mean, you don't have the same viewership, you don't have the same enthusiasm. So this is the reason why they picked these people. It is because not only for an agenda. It's not only for an agenda. And of course, I see a lot of people talking about, a lot of folks, here it is. Project 20, the Heritage Foundation, which I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna give you a little secret. I've been following the Heritage Foundation for 15 years. Okay, I've actually subscribed to their stuff 15 years ago. All right, and I've been following a lot of their stuff for 15 years. Okay, yeah. I've noticed one thing. When it comes to a lot of our politicians and what they do, there's something that people are a part of, and they're part of what I call them these clubs, right? And I'm using clubs as a lack of a better word, but they are social engineering. They're all about social engineering. They're called super PACs. They're called major PACs. A lot of these guys, they provide their opinions. You have them on the left, you have them on the right. Of course, the Heritage Foundation blew up because of Project 2025. And that's what, has been pushed, right? So we know about that. My wife even asked me today, she's like, babe, if Kamala wins, does she support 2025? Yeah. Yes, a lot of what's in 2025 is baked into their policies.
But that's why she haven't given her plan yet, because she's going to see how it plays out. People don't understand. Today I was looking at the. Everybody knows that Joe Rogan is one of the most top-rated podcasters. For the last 10 years, I think he's got 19 million subscribers. I went today, looked at his interview, and he had an interview with Elon Musk that did, I think, about 14 million. But the one he did with Donald Trump, and he said, I quote, that he, in the previous years ago, he said he would never have Donald Trump on his podcast because he don't support Trump. He had a conversation with Elon Musk. Now all of a sudden, he supports Trump. He has him on his podcast.
He endorsed him.
He's up to 45 million views.
That's my point.
So I just support you. Your thoughts about using the analogy of Michael Jordan.
He is a Michael Jordan. He's a Michael Jordan of politics right now, bro. He is the Michael Jordan of politics right now. And
love or hate him.
Huh?
Whether you love him or you
hate him. Right. That's the thing. He's bringing people, which is a good thing for us. That's the thing about it. We have to look at, what does this give us? It gives us an outlook as to, we know about the Jesuits now. We know about we can tie things in. We can use the Bible to tie things in. We can use the Word of God to tie things in. And we can say, you know what? Now that we have a better understanding, there's so many things that, because he's running, so many things were brought to light. So many things from 2020 was brought to light. Right? Yeah. I go back now. I'm watching the presidential races, and this is just me doing my research now. I'm like, so let me see what's going on. What happened during the Nixon when he was running? What was happening during when Reagan was running? And do you know, bro? Do you know same social issues? the same behaviors. Remember, they didn't have social media back then. They didn't have the major media outlets back then the way that we have right now, and how the propaganda machines that we have right now. So it wasn't brought out so broad. But these guys were fighting, spitting, pushing, doing things, underhand stuff to win, to gain power. Okay? When Kennedy said that no pope, no prelate, no any external power is going to tell me as a president of this nation to run and how to control this nation. Mm-hmm. Once he said that, that was it for him.
That's right.
That's to tell you who was controlling things.
Yeah, I'm saying to your point, because it just crossed my mind, dawned on me, the correlation between what you just said, and let's go back to, when Kennedy was assassinated and his vice president, which is Lyndon B. Johnson, he came into power, right? From the vice president to the president. That's why the 501c3 is called the Johnson Amendment. Right. Because the reason why is because he believed that the church should not have so much power. Because the church at that time had power because we didn't need the 501c3, so we didn't need no tax exemption because the church was already tax exempt.
Right.
We didn't need it. So the church fell into this trap, which is working today, to silence the church, to take the power. Because where's the power? The power is in this right here, the microphone. I'm saying the power, was in the pastors, because the pastors controlled the congregations. Whether it was small or great, they had a voice. So it was to take it. So now let's compare that to what John Kerry and Kamala and all them want to do. Obama, what they're pushing. They're pushing, and look, it's the same side.
Yep.
The Democrat side. It wasn't the Republicans, it's a Democrat. They want to take, just like they did, by silencing the church, now they want to silence the podcasters because now before it was just the news and they controlled the mainstream media back then. So now we got podcasters who are independent. Look, right now we're on live and hundreds of people are watching. It may reach thousands of people.
Hey, hold on 1 second.
They don't like the power, the freeness, the freedom of speech that the church had back then. Today, it's the same thing. Now they want to. So if she gets in office, she already said it. They're coming after us.
Right.
So speaking against the agenda, then they're going to silence you.
That's the whole thing. Hold on. Elizabeth Carter, before you disappear, don't disappear. Number one, I want to thank you for the super chat. Guys, if you think that this podcast is worth anything, if this is meaningful to you, please support us a little bit here by giving super chats or whatever you can, and any donations. We would need it, especially for the fact that we are doing this homeless drive this Thanksgiving, and we are needing, to make sure that we are being able to provide the funds for those who need those funds, who need the things that they need, before wintertime. So, Elizabeth Carter, your question, Sunday, or your comment, Sunday law is coming no matter who wins. That is true. Yeah. That is true. The Sunday law will come no matter who wins. That's the first thing. Secondly, I saw a comment by Martha Dodd, Sister Martha. Kamala has said she will follow federal law. The question is, what federal law? We don't know what you can say whatever you want to say. We all can follow what federal law she's going to follow based upon what, right? That doesn't say anything to us. Okay. So, that's the problem. That's the problem right there. What is the federal law? And I'm glad you brought that out, Martha Dodd. And I think I know where you're coming from. I think I know where your mind is and how your mind is spinning. She's saying that she will follow federal law, whatever that law may be, right? Whatever law that may be. Remember, she doesn't make the law. She doesn't make the law. Neither would Trump. They don't make the law. They make executive. They can make an executive action, but they cannot make the law. Congress legislates law, right? So whatever that law may be, once the law is legislated, it has to go through a couple cycles. Congress will legislate a law. It needs to get to the Senate. The Senate will approve it. And then from there, it needs to get to the executive. The executive will sign it. And then it goes to judicial. It gets to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court then codified into law. Okay. Yeah. So it needs to go into a couple of cycles, right? It needs to go into a couple of cycles. Let's go ahead and really quickly take a look at what's going on right now. I'm going to bring you breaking news right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at this really fast. As of right now, it's Trump 54% and it is Kamala 45%. Trump 54%, Kamala 45% right now. I don't know whether or not it tells you what states or whatever have you, but right now that's the case as it is for right now. All right. Let's get back to what's at hand here. All right. So again, there's so much in that. There's so much to play when we're talking about following the law. Whatever that law may be, we know for certain, again, they don't, the presidents don't make the law. Okay. Now again, I said it earlier. I don't know what's going to be the turning point. It could be this 4 years, this next 4 years that we will see so much going on that we may need, that the people may say, you know, we need a Sunday law. We need a Sunday rest. Okay. It may come, huh?
I said, it just haven't swelled yet.
It hasn't swelled yet, right? It's when
the prayers and these revivals, it's just brewing. It's brewing right now.
How does a Sunday law become a law? That's the question. How would a Sunday law become a law? It needs to go through a cycle, right? It needs to come and people need to say, hey, we want to have Sunday. We're fighting for a Sunday law. The same way they talked about they need to have abortion and they made abortion. They put abortion on the ballot. Sunday law needs to get on the ballot. And once it's on the ballot, you're going to have some politician fighting for it. Okay? A politician has to fight for it. Yes. If you vote for me, I would make sure that we'll pass that law.
That's right.
Okay? That's when you start seeing these things taking place. That's what I'm talking about. We need to make sure, we need to see, you know, what is going to come from this cycle. This cycle, right? Because people are saying, oh, they're going to push prophecy fast, real quick. Well, yeah. Wait, watch, and pray. Go ahead.
You want to know two things I'm going to say. The first thing I want to say is it doesn't matter which side gets in. What's these next 4 to 8 years, God forbid, you know, looking at prophecy, not time setting, we're going to have to work in harsh conditions, bro.
Very harsh conditions. And Sister White says that we will have to.
It's going to be harsh for us getting the gospel out because we didn't work when it was peace and, you know, it was peace and quiet. And God gave us the time. We didn't do what we were supposed to do. We as a church dropped the ball. Okay, that's the first thing I'm saying. The second thing I want to say, what scares me, and I had this conversation with a friend of mine who's like a brother to me. He's not in the church, you know, so he don't understand a lot of things that we, you know, spiritual, just from the spiritual side. But we had a good dialogue, and one thing that came to me was what scares me about Trump is he's threatening the 14th Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you study I studied the 14th Amendment because I'm studying law.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a lawyer, I'm studying the law.
For other reasons, right.
You know what I'm saying? Okay. So when you look at the 14th Amendment, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, the 14th Amendment was put in place for us when slavery was abolished.
Mm-hmm.
All right. When Lincoln abolished slavery, okay, supposedly, right, abolished slavery, the 14th Amendment was given because they were trying to say those blacks after slavery who were born in America weren't considered citizens. So the 14th Amendment protects us, saying that we are, if you're born on American soil, you are an American citizen.
Right.
And so that's what the 14th Amendment protects, because he wants to go after the Latinos. Now, I understand his point as far as letting these, letting foreigners come in. And, they're pulling the okie doke, okay? A lot of them, they're coming here and they're having their children here in America, but it doesn't matter. The law is the law, and he wants to get rid of that. And then now he's threatening, saying, hey, listen, even if he because he's trying to veto. He said he's going to try to veto the 14th Amendment if he wins this election. Now, if he vetoes the 14th Amendment, then that means us as black citizens who were born in this country, then that means that we are no longer citizens of this country anymore. Because that law, the 14th Amendment, was made for slaves, for blacks, especially for black slavery, after slavery was abolished.
Right. It states that you are a citizen of America.
It states that you're born on American soil, it protects us. So he's saying he's going after the Latins, the Latinos who are coming in, that quote unquote,
immigrants.
That saying that
illegal immigrants.
Somebody had brought in
the immigrants, right?
So they come over and they're having children, and now they're becoming citizens because the 14th Amendment protects them. But Trump's saying, okay, well, if that happens, then we're gonna send their parents back to their country.
I see what you're saying. Okay, let me clarify a couple things for you. Mm-hmm. So these are the dreamers you're talking about. These are the dreamers. So basically, even today, we have a lot of the illegal immigrants that came in, that was brought in, part of that 80 million or whatever that number is, that came in. A lot of the women are impregnated before they come in. So these guys rape these women on the way, or whatever have you, or whatever thing they may have, they're consensual, intercourse or whatever have you. But they get pregnant prior to coming into America. When they come into America, they're pregnant. And the plan is, of course, is to have a child in America. So that way, the child is called a citizen of America. So what they're looking at is the loophole of the 14th Amendment, right? That's the way to get around the 14th Amendment, because of what you just said, the 14th Amendment protects those who are born on American soil, right? And of course, it's stated that they are Americans. So there is what it is that what Trump is saying, there is a loophole to that. He can't get rid of the 14th Amendment. But what he's looking at is huh?
He said and I watched the interview. For those who are tuning in, it's right there. Type it in. Trump abolishes the 14th Amendment. It's right there on YouTube, and it's it's like but go ahead, Larry. Go ahead.
No, I was trying to explain, because I think I saw that. I'm gonna pull it up really quickly. Tonight we're doing things on the fly. And it's yeah.
I mean, if you could pull it up, it's like a 2-minute interview, 2-3-minute interview. And that raised some concerns for me, because I'm like, hold on.
All right. So basically, the birthright citizenship. So 14th Amendment on citizenship cannot be overridden by executive order. So he can't do that. And that's what I was saying. That's something that he cannot do. Because again, although they're using it as a loophole, right, and it's being used, and I see both sides of the spectrum on that.
I do too.
Both sides of the spectrum is saying, hey, I'm going to go ahead and share that real quick so you guys can see that. Hopefully, I can. Let's see if I can get that. Huh?
I said, make sure the sound's on.
No. I'm not showing the video. I'm not showing a video. I'm actually trying to get to there he goes. All right, let's see if I can share this. That's not what I'm looking for. There it is. I think that's what I'm looking for. Primary display. There it is. All right. So I'm not playing any video, but fact check: 14th Amendment on citizenship cannot be overridden by executive order. And President Trump says he can end birthright citizenship with an executive order, but can't, because you have to, only Congress can really make that change in terms of an amendment, right? It has to go through Congress. So 14th Amendment holds that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Most legal scholars take that as an explicit protection of birthright citizenship. So the issue that we have here, Jamal, the issue that we have here is that this. Oops, let me switch that over. I got my screen sharing. Yep. So the issue that we have here is this. One, you've got people taking advantage of the birthright citizenship 14th Amendment, right? Mm-hmm. So you have people who are coming in illegally pregnant so that when they get in, they have the child on American soil.
So they get citizenship. I get it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? I get what he was saying, but when you leave that gap wide open, and let's just say if he was able to do it, it's very dangerous because you're not just messing. You're messing with other.
Well, no, I mean, again, that's what I'm talking about in terms of a loophole. In terms of the loophole is what the illegal, what the loophole is, what the left is doing in terms of allowing the illegals to come in and having the babies on American soil. What does that do? Well, again, you wait 18 years for that child to become a what? A legally bind. That child is a citizen, and they'll become what? Voters. Yeah, right? Voters. So that we understand that's what the loophole is, and that's what Trump is saying he's trying to stop. Now, Trump cannot do it as a president. He cannot sign a pen executive order and end it. Cannot do that because any changes to the amendment has to go through Congress. Mm-hmm. Right? So when you see stuff like that, it's you learn immediately, okay, that's a congressional thing. He don't have the power for that. He doesn't have the power for that. Right? That becomes a dictatorship. Again, he may speak that way. He doesn't have that kind of power. And that's why we have the 3 levels of branches. That's why we have, this is for the people. The people are the ones who put you here. The people are the ones who pay your salary. So the people are the one who tells you no. If you don't do what the people, the will of the people vote you out. Make sense? Mm. So that's exactly what's supposed to be the case. Amen. So again, I when I see things like that, again, I have to do deeper, of course, deeper reading, but with understanding how government works from a civic level, we understand, hey, you know what? You don't have that kind of power. Now, what he has power to do is to open and close the border. That's what they have the power to do. Hey, you know what? President Pence says, hey, close that border. We need to make sure that border's closed. Or open the border. Let's bring everybody in. They have the pen to do that. That's an executive order. Now, to make a law, and this is the differences, and let's talk about immigration for a couple of seconds here. This is the differences between border protection versus a border process. Kamala Harris made some valid points in terms of, hey, we need to have a comprehensive border process. We don't have a comprehensive border process. Okay, understood, agree with that, right? We need to have one. That process is a written process as to how we dictate what happens with illegal immigration, right? Her push is for that process, though, to help with making sure that when illegals come in, that they can have a pathway to citizenship immediately. Okay? Versus that they have to be in the country for 5 years, or they get married to somebody and they live for 5 years, or I think it's 12 years you're in the country and 5 years you're in the country married, or something to that regard. And you've been a resident alien, basically your green card, and then you've lived, according to the laws of the land, right? That's supposed to be what is, the rule. But I get it. She, comprehensive, needs some more. It needs to show that there's a lot more process and standards around it, a lot more policy. What Trump is saying that, okay, but we need border protection today, right? So the executive branch can pen an executive order and say, hey, close the border. This is border protection right away. Now, Congress has to go and put together some legislative writing for us to get a process and execute on that process by having the president sign on that process, right? So we make a law that states, hey, this is the law coming into America going forward, okay? Congress has to do that. But at the same time, the president can say, hey, pen executive order, close the border. So these two can work at the same time. Right. And that's where the problem lies. So if I let people come in, I'm opening the door, the floodgates, they're coming in. Well, listen, Mary and Opeka and all these other ladies can come in pregnant. They can drop their babies in America. And all of a sudden, you have an American citizen that came in from a person who was an illegal immigrant.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yeah.
So that's the issue. That's the loophole to the 14th Amendment, in which Trump is saying, hey, I see what y'all are doing. What he's really saying is, I see the game. I know what y'all are doing. Y'all are dropping these babies in here in America. You're coming in pregnant, having the baby here in America. And we understand how this works because the people who are granted amnesty by a certain party will normally vote for that certain party. So that's what's happening.
That's right. And in certain things, I know that Congress, a lot of people don't know, but Congress don't have a lot of power that they think they have in certain areas because of the territories that Congress owns. Congress don't own the territories of the regular states like Georgia, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. That's not their jurisdiction.
Well, never their jurisdiction. But remember this: they're representative of the people within that state.
They are representatives.
And
they don't have the power that. I'm just throwing it out. They don't have the power that people really think they have.
Well,
according to jurisdiction.
Right. Again, they don't own jurisdiction. Right? They don't own jurisdiction. So yeah, they don't have the power. In reference to jurisdiction. However, they are just representatives of the people, plain and simple, right? Yeah. However, one thing that Congress have power over is the money. They own the purse. They own the purse. So that's it. They own the purse, right? They own the purse. So that's the one thing. Now let's talk about this one thing here. Do you think that, and this is a poll. I'm gonna put this poll out here. Hold on. Let's take a look.
The poll you put out there, man.
Let's take a look at the poll real quick. Yeah. Trump is still at 72%. Kamala Harris is at 27%. All right, for this one, Trump wins. He wins the candidate that pushes prophecy faster. So let's end that poll. Let's go ahead and put out a new poll. And we're going to call this poll which candidate do you believe, and I'm going to put that out there, will what's the word I'm looking for?
I'm saying, man, why you put that in there? I'm gonna say this because I even said it before, but when I thought about it and the Lord brought it back to my remembrance, that there will be another civil war. Okay?
Wait. I want to get to that, but before we get to that, this is the reason why I'm putting that poll out. This is the reason why I'm putting that poll out. I'm looking for a certain word. Oh, concede. Sorry. Concede. Which candidate do you believe will concede? Which candidate do you believe will concede if
that's right, Grady,
they lose?
Grady said, I vote for Jesus. And I've been saying that all along, man. I don't vote for man, I vote for Jesus, man. At the end of the day.
Well, that's at the end of the day. That's exactly what.
Matter of fact, today we need to re-elect
Yes, sir.
Our
Jesus.
Lord and we're going to
Yes, sir.
re-elect. We're gonna keep re-electing fraternities. Keep re-electing our Lord and Savior.
And the
Jesus
only way you
Christ.
can re-elect, you have to re-elect him in your heart. That's the only place it's going to be, in your heart. In your heart. You have to re-elect Christ in your heart every time around. All right. So I put out there, which candidate do you believe, there's a poll out there, which candidate do you believe will concede, of course, if they lose, okay? And there's a reason why I'm putting that out there. Now, Jamal, we're talking about civil war, okay? Do you know which party brought that up in terms of civil war? Which party actually said that there will be a civil war?
It was Kamala's side because they're trying to. What they're trying to do is they're trying to, because they're already trying to blame on what happened at January 6th for that what happened at the Capitol. They're trying to blame them for that riot. So they're trying to say so in multiple interviews, especially some that I've seen. One of their topics is because they want to make him look like he's this Hitler, he's this he's this guy who's crazy and deranged, and he's a dictator, and from what I'm seeing, this is what they're saying. They're saying that he's made threats if he loses.
He's a threat to democracy.
Civil war. Now, from understanding prophecy said a civil war. It says India, China, and Russia. They're buying at they're buying at a low cost, but they're selling to the people, at a high cost. And so it's going to be with the food crisis. It's linked to the time of trouble. Because it's going to be over the food crisis. That's when a civil war is going to come. It's definitely going to come, but that's going to be part of the time of trouble, according to what the Bible and Spirit of Prophecy says. Now, as far as if somebody loses, I think the Lord will hold it in check, because if not, then that means that then the time of trouble is either going to be two civil wars, or then the time of trouble is I always go by the word of God first. So they can do what they want, but see that I believe that's the Democrat. That's them saying that for being a sore loser to try to get more voters to her, saying see look what he did in January 6th. Look what he caused at the Capitol. Now we all know. No, let's keep it a buck. Now let's keep it 100. We always like to say let's keep it 100, or let's keep it 100. Okay. We know if that was Black Lives Matter that happened on January 6th, those cops would have been shooting. There would have been a lot of bloodshed. A lot of black people got killed storming that Capitol like that. You know what I'm saying? They let those people in. You know what I'm saying? And Trump keeps saying that he told them to beef up the security. But they didn't. But they didn't listen. But now it all broke out. Now they blaming him. You know what I'm saying? So, that's just what I'm saying from what I'm reading, from what I'm seeing. I'm not deep into it, but from what I've seen, from my heard what came out of his mouth. That's what he said. But go ahead.
I'm gonna attempt to play a video here real quick of Jamie Raskin, a top Democrat congressman, speaking on what will happen on January 6, 2025. All right. I'm going to go ahead and let me go and let's see if I can. Why is it not doing that? Why are you tripping, man? Come on, dog.
Come on, dog.
Come on, man. Oh, man. Okay, let's see here. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see it.
All right, I'm seeing double. Is why it's bothering me. Hold on.
Yeah, I think it is double.
There it goes. Yeah. All right. So, hopefully y'all can see this. I'm gonna try to make sure that it's being played. You guys can hear it.
Again, it's necessary, but it's not sufficient, because what can be put into the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, they want to kick it to Congress, so it's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025, to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in Civil War conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center so we can bring that again.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Oh, man. Okay. So, you know what? We got to pay attention to people when they speak. Listen. Trump never said he's going to bring civil war. And the whole bloodbath, and I see that coming through the chats, the whole bloodbath comment that he made was something he said in Detroit about the mere fact of the car industry and China, and the mere fact that he was saying, hey, there will be a bloodbath if we don't get this thing correct, because China's going to be ruling our car industry. They're trying to take away our gas cars and bring in electric cars. That was in the context of what he was talking about. It had nothing to do with no civil war. But what they're trying to say is this. If Trump wins, they're saying that they will not certify the election. That's what Jamie Raskin just said. If Trump wins, they will not certify the election. And what he did say is that, you heard what he said, the Trump MAGA followers or whatever have you, he said that, y'all better get them cops out there because it will be a civil war. So that's the plan that they have next. That we're watching tonight. If Trump wins tonight or whenever, comes around, if he wins, the next thing to stop him from becoming a president, because they have to certify January 6th all over again, they're letting us know, hey, we're not going to do it.
Yeah.
And when we're not going to do it, we're going to say, it's basically, again, you see how you mentioned the 14th Amendment, Jamal?
Yeah.
There are sections within the 14th Amendment. There are all different sections. That's why I said there's a loophole in the 14th Amendment. So there are sections in the 14th Amendment, and this is the issue that they're having, that they're saying, hey, we can look at Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and we can stop him from being a president based upon the section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which basically says that if you are an insurrectionist, you cannot be the president.
Wow.
So
that's big, man.
Yeah. So again, this is the reason why when we have to be very much educated. We have to dig, because the listening ear catches one phrase and we can run with it, or we can stop and go, you know what? Let me go and see let me read and see what other areas are actually talking about this, right? Because you then see from context and go, oh snap. I talked about January 6, 2020 before January 6, 2020. I talked about this whole setup, and I can bring that video up. Brothers and sisters, if you want to see that reaction video that I did in the year 2020, I'm going to show it to you here. Hold on a second. Let's go and find it. How about that?
Yeah.
Let's go and find it, Jamal. Let's go and find it here. Here it is. So let's do this. Let's go to our videos, and I'm going to share the screen one more time, because I think it's worth sharing the screen. So let's share the screen one more time. Let's see if I get this here. All right, leave that there. You guys can see my screen, right? All right. Let's go take a look for that video real quick. I think the video is called COVID-21. COVID-21. Yeah. Where is it at? I know they didn't take it down. It'll be wild if they took that.
Yeah,
Oh, there it goes. There it goes right here.
I know Trump he does say little things, man. You know,
He does.
in case if he loses, you know, because you know he got people on his, you know, that's backing him. He got a lot of militia groups, man.
Trust me.
You know?
Trust me.
And so he does say little things, man, that concerns me, man. At times that if he does, because I be honest with you, I believe that you know that the 2020 election was rigged.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Georgia. I'm in the state of Georgia.
So you are election denier.
You know, listen, huh? That again?
You are an election denier. Is that what you're telling me?
No, listen. The reason why I said it was rigged is because I'm in the state of Georgia, and I know they said that Biden had won Georgia, and from what I've seen driving all through Georgia, you know, doing God's work and whatever, or traveling, doing whatever I was doing at the time, all you see is Trump 2020, Trump 2020. Now, just like now, all you see is you rarely see
right
a Harris, and back then you rarely seen a Biden. You know,
man.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying. It is all I'm saying is this: it was a little fishy.
I can really show some stuff tonight. I can really. I mean, I've got stuff in my archives, and I've got stuff right now that I can really pull up. But I don't like doing things and being disorganized because I feel like I'm being disorganized if I just start pulling things up. But really and truly, I'm going to show you something real quick, Jamal, because I did this video in 2020 talking about what is going to happen, right? Mm-hmm. And I remember YouTube pulling down my video, and I had to fight for it because they said that I was inciting violence. And I said, no, I'm warning, I'm putting this out in the media because I'm warning the people about what's about to take place on January 6th. I'm telling you, there's going to be something happening that day. And it literally, my heart dropped when I saw what was going on. But I knew the setup. I knew the plan. I have it. And you know what? Literally, this video that I put out there just this year got 1,000 views. Just this year. And it's been out there for 4 years. And no one really watched that video for 4 years. You know why? Because one, YouTube did throttle the video. They made sure that nobody would see it. They didn't put it out there at all. Number two, no one really cared. No one really cared. So here is what I'm going to do. I'm going to share with you some parts of this video. I'm going to share with you and the rest of the folks here. Let me go ahead and, am I sharing my screen or you just see me blabbering with my head going? Okay, let's go ahead and share the screen here. All right, so this is the video. This is that video running right here, right? I'm going to... Let's see here. All right, here's the plan. This is the plan.
On DC about this. Do we have any plans for how to respond if there's a coup?
Pause now. Do you see the sign behind them?
Yeah.
What does it say?
Lives matter.
Boom. So I want you to get this. I want you to understand this. This here is a coalition, what they call the DC, Democrat coalition of different groups like Antifa, Black Lives Matter. All of these guys are coming together and they're having a Zoom meeting and they're going to be talking to the bureaucrats who actually work in DC. And they're saying, hey, if Trump wins, this is what we plan on doing. We want to make sure that the coup is not just if he wins. The coup was say if he wins or loses, we want to make sure that this guy gets impeached. He's done. He's fried. He's over. This is the plan. I'm gonna play a little bit of it. Here you go.
We have been in discussion for a couple months about how to respond to different contested election scenarios. First step is that we think that we need to start the post-election phase in the streets. So we're inviting people to come to BLM Plaza anytime after 4 p.m. on election night. On the 5th, we're going to shut down the White House. On the 6th, we're going to shut down larger parts of Washington, D.C.
Boom. Okay, look, I'm not. Listen, guys, if you want to watch the full video, go to my channel. Watch the full video. It's there for you to watch. Okay? All right? It is there for you to watch on your own. I'm not playing the whole thing here because I don't want nobody shutting me down on this platform right now tonight to say, hey, but you can watch it on your own. It's also on Rumble. It's also on my MC Ministries, MC Study, our website. You can watch it yourself. The plan was already there. And I did this on November 4th, 2020. I spoke about it. I said, there is something coming on November 6th, on December 6th. Go out on January 6th. Go out and you guys need to stop this. Stop this. And what YT did was they shut it down. Instead of stopping it, they shut it down. The plan was already there. We need to get out into the streets. We're going to shut down DC. I mean, guys, go watch the whole thing. You can fast forward to that if you want to, just that alone. Okay? Just that alone. Put the link in this channel. You are on the channel. If you're watching me live right now, you are on the channel. Just click on MC Ministries on the top left and just go there. You could literally pull up all of the videos. It is called COVID-21. Check it out. But we were talking about this for a very long time. That's the reason why I'm saying to you guys, listen, I'm not speaking out of my mouth just garbage. I know there are things that are being sent to me from underground. There are people that I know that send these things to me, and they're like, yo, check this out. And there are certain things I cannot show yet because, people will shut me down. So I have very good sources, very, very good sources. And that source, what you saw there, was sent to me from a whistleblower. So very, very good sources. I've got stuff that I've in my archive. I don't pull out. So when I'm talking about what I'm talking about,
what Trump side is doing, though.
Huh?
I said everybody's talking about what Trump side is doing.
Right.
Nobody's talking about that side.
Exactly my point. That's what I'm trying to say. So the whole thing is called projection. It's called smoke and mirrors. I'm going to show you everything about Bad Orange Man, but on the other side, you don't see what we're doing. Okay? January 6th was already set up and planned for. The guards don't let people in just like that. Open the gates and go, hey, go ahead and go in. Just do whatever you want to do. No, nah. And get this, Jamal, we do have people, we know people who are on the streets that day, right? Remember?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna leave that there, but I want to make sure that we understand that if there's Jamie Raskin's already calling for a civil war, and if Trump wins, they're saying that this, and I pray that this is not the case. I pray that this would. I've been praying this morning, been praying all day, Lord. Let us not get into this mode of rioting. But what if Jamal? What if Daniel chapter 12? What if this is the Daniel chapter 12? Something that the world has never seen, right?
Well, listen, man.
Cataclysmic.
We've been stuff for a long time, and we don't know how it's going to play out. But now we're seeing how it's playing out because everything that's been said in the Bible, in the prophecies, is coming to fruition.
Right.
And so we're actually seeing this play out. We're seeing it with our own eyes, and this is why we got to get ready. Like, look, let's pay attention to what's going on here now. Very important. Like I said, we got to be balanced, but our main focus should be on keeping our eyes on Christ. The reason why, and I always tell people, Peter walked on water too.
Huh?
When Peter walked on water too, Larry.
Yeah, he
And
sure
I
did.
say when he was walking to Jesus, and the minute he took his eyes off of Christ because of the storm, he fell. He sunk into the water. And Jesus had to pull him back up. So we got to keep our eyes on the prize. We can't let the storm, which is all its distractions,
Mm-hmm.
we can't let the storm get in the midst of us taking our eyes off of the Most High. Because at the end of the day, we take our eyes off of God for 1 second, man. It could be over for us, man. We could be
Of course.
lost.
Of
Because
course.
a lot of people leave the church, Larry. A lot of people leave the church, brother.
And the question is,
we got people leaving God, period.
you know, I saw a brother put out there, the winds are going crazy. People are leaving the church. I mean, bro, I'm going to show you this real quick. I want to take a look at this real quick. What's really happening right now. Take a look at this. This is over at the at Kamala Harris's at Howard University, right? I mean, people are dancing. They're doing. I mean, there's a lot. They don't realize. They have no clue about what's about to take place right now, brothers. This is no clue about what's happening with us right now, Jamal. None. It's just they're partying, they're dancing, it's this and I like what Sister Mackenzie said. The scroll is unrolling, right?
Yes. Sister Regina, my dear sister, that's my big sister.
Yeah. So if I'm gonna show it to you right now, I'm gonna cut back to it again. Here it is, breaking news again. Here it is, just to show you what the live coverage looks like. The watch party, right? This is the watch party right now going on at Howard University. Okay. And I'm cutting in and out because I don't want to get in trouble, of course, with but it's a lot of folks are not paying attention, bro. They're just not paying attention. What do you say about that?
Yeah, listen, it's just sad that we can't even watch a video anymore or be able to point things out anymore. It's like they're trying to silence us, man. But this watch party thing, man, there's gonna be a lot of broken hearts tonight, man. And,
you think so?
Man,
that's my next poll. That's gonna be my next poll. Hold on. Let's see.
There's gonna be a lot of broken hearts tonight, man. Because the reason why I say that is because either way it go, it's going to a lot of broken hearts tonight. Because if he loses, people think she's incompetent to handle the country.
Yeah.
You know
yeah.
And so, but if she loses, people think that he's incompetent of running the company of the country because he's a bigot, he's a fascist, he's
Hitler, he's everything.
Hitler, So either way, there's gonna be a lot of broken hearts tonight, and this is why we're not to put our trust in man. We gotta put our trust in the Lord, man, because
Well, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you the Republican side real quick. Here we go. The Republican side. Here we go.
All right, go ahead.
That's what it looks like. Bro, this is what it looks like at the Republican side for real. Hold on, man. This is what hold on. Sorry. I went away from it. Hold on. This is what it looks like over at Kamala's side. That's Kamala's side. Yo, you got the transgenders, you got everybody dancing, they all partying, whatever. And over at Trump's side, they were over at, there was like hardly anybody there. There was a bunch of there was a few tables, people are just having some dinner. And it's a whole party going on right now, bro.
Yes, it is.
It is a whole party going on right now. Wow. I don't know if I should be shocked or not, but I think the next poll. Did everybody vote on the poll? I only have 34 votes. I got 34 votes, and there's almost like 100 people on watching us. Come on now. Let's hit that poll up real quick before I put the next one on there. Which candidate do you believe will concede if they lose? 31% Trump said, 32% says Trump, but 31% says Trump. 69% says Kamala. Wow. Y'all think Kamala is going to concede? Y'all really think that the Democrats are going to concede? After what Jimmy Raskins has said? Ooh.
Man.
Oh man.
Well, you know, at the end of the day, man, man, you know, this is our livelihood, guys. This is. I never thought, you know, I've been in the church going on 12 years come February, man, and I never thought that the day I see a presidency like this,
Mm-hmm.
I never thought that me coming into the knowledge of truth, I never thought that I would, you know, to see this like the hate, like when this man got almost his head blown off. People, it's like some people they didn't have no sympathy.
Nah. And you know, he was on Joe Rogan and he showed his ear.
Yeah,
Because Joe, Joe Rogan's gonna ask him. Joe's like, "Dog, let me see your ear, dog. Let me see."
yeah,
He's like, "Let me see your ear, man. I want to see it." So Trump had to show him. He says, "Oh, okay, I see a scar there." Trump said, "Yeah, it just nicked my ear. It nicked my ear, but the point is that not just it nicked my ear, but it went past me, hit somebody else.
yeah.
You know,
It killed somebody else. And you know, you don't hear you don't hear the media talking about the family.
Nah, they're not gonna talk about that.
Lost their life, man. Somebody's fatherless right now. Man. You don't hear that, you know. And that's what God talks about when being a Christian. We should have compassion upon people, whether they're right or wrong. We need to have compassion. Jesus had compassion on. We're all sinners. And when you don't have as a Christian, I ain't talking about those who don't serve God. I'm talking about those if you are a Christian and you don't have compassion because of a vote or because of somebody you know what they're doing and ain't doing as a Christian, then you don't have God's love in your heart. And you know, and I gotta pray.
That's called political racism.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
People don't know about political racism. You know, there's more racism on the on politics than there is being black and white.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you this,
Larry. What is the two? Whether when I was in the world, we used to be in the barber shop. You know, before I became my BC days, my before Christ days. When I was in the barber shop, man, two things we used to argue over all the time. Two things that we have arguments over. You know what it was? Religion and politics.
Yeah, 100%. Because those are the two biggest things to talk about, right, Jamal?
Yeah.
So today, if you are red or blue, if you are red, and that's what you rep the red side. This is like, man, this is almost like the Crips and Bloods type thing.
It is. It's political gangbanging.
I just political gangbanging, man. Because let me ask y'all a question. Because a lot of people are voting for Kamala because she's black, right? If it was and she's a woman, let's put that there, a woman and she's black. Got those two quotes there, right? If it was a black woman who was a Republican, would every black person now say, okay, we're going to vote for that woman? Whether she's Republican or not, because she's black and she's a woman, would you see a lot of black people voting for her?
That's a good question, man.
Oh, Mark said, and sports. I think he's right about that. I agree, Mark.
No. In the barbershop, it's definitely sports. We used to argue over LeBron, Michael Jordan. But I'm talking about the two biggest.
The big boys.
Sports, you know, but get people want to fight, man. This is why, you know, I don't really talk religion. You know, I give the gospel to people, and the minute they don't want to hear it, you know what I'm saying? I listen to the voice in my head when the Lord speaking to me to say, you know what, go to the next person. You know, because man, I mean, spiritualism is on an all-time high. People are demon possessed today, man. Seriously. Man.
Oh yeah. All right, let's see what we got. We got 43 votes, I believe. Let's see here. We got 65 saying Kamala will, 35 saying that Trump will concede. 65%. All right. So as it stands right now, Trump seems to be the guy, you know, that is losing on our end here because it seems like everybody understands. let's go ahead and take a look at it from this perspective. Let's back out of that. Let's change. Isn't her father black?
And from my understanding, from interviews that I saw before the election, I'm talking before the election, she was saying, and you can go look it up for yourself. She was saying, that she's not just going to do things just for the black people only. Like she said with an attitude, And she also said that, from my understanding, she said she was Asian and Indian. She never said she was black. Now, all of a sudden, she's now in the front running for the next president. Now, all of a sudden, she's black and she's not saying anything about it because she want to get the black votes. But whether she's black or not, I'm saying, it's not even about race at the end of the day. What it's about, it's not about male or female at the end of the day. But it is about who at the end of the day, out of the two people, who can really carry the country.
Right.
And who can really carry the country, man. And at the end of the day, we know, but everybody else don't know. But we know on here who's behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? We got the Jesuits, we got so with the man of sin, we know who run the show. We know that, but the whole world don't know that. When you're talking to the average Joe, they may think you're crazy for saying something like that. Oh no, that's why this is not a country no more. This is considered a Fortune 500 company. It's a business. It's a business. That's all it is. I'm not gonna say no more because of algorithms, but it is what it is.
All right, no poll.
We got to pray for Candace Owens, man, because she blew that thing wide open for us, the black thing, and her grandmother and all that. And I said, man, I got to pray for her because, man, they're gonna probably try to end her life, man. I wouldn't be surprised, man, because that woman holds no bars, man. We need to get her. We need to pray for her to be a Seventh-day Adventist. You know what I'm saying? And stop blowing the trumpet, man, because maybe not as a pastor or anything, man, but as an evangelist, man. She can blow the trumpet.
She jumped up and became a Catholic.
Yeah.
She jumped up and became a Catholic. I put a new poll out there, brothers and sisters. Who do you think is going to win this thing? I'm really curious to see what you guys are thinking. And why do you think they're going to win? Why do you think they will win? Do you think there's going to be any cheating going on?
Are you going to take questions from people?
Yeah, actually, they can ask questions. The chat's right there. So we can take questions. If you want to also if you want to join in on the conversation, you want to be a part of the conversation, say in the chat, just say, hey, Larry, I want to be a part of the conversation. I will send you a link to be a part of the conversation. All right. If you just want to jump in and share your thoughts, okay, not anybody else's thoughts, but your thoughts on where this thing is leading. We know that, hey, Jesus is going to win. We've read the book. We are readers of the book. We're believers of the book, of the word of God. So we know where we stand here. But I want to talk about things. I want to be practical, brothers and sisters. We have to learn how to be practical. Okay. So let's be practical. Let's look at things from a practical perspective of where things are going, how things are going to go. And, that's the only way we can actually see where Christ is, where he wants us to, where he's actually leading on this thing here. Right. Okay. So let's take a look at it. I really want to pay attention to that because, again, there's a lot of things leaning on this. I thought 2020 was the big one, but this is also I think as we go along, it's going to get bigger. It's going to get bigger. But I want to know what your thoughts are. Go ahead in the chat. There's a poll out there. The poll is there. I want to know what you guys think. Because, and I want to know why. So if you feel that you want to join Jamal and I, go ahead and in the chat, just say, hey, I want to join you guys. I got some stuff to say. We will send you the link and you can join us on this live. How about that? Does that sound cool? Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, Jamal. So as we're going along, as of right now, they're looking at the Senate races right now, which is a big thing. There's some folks in North. There's the one in Texas is pretty big right now.
Yeah.
Because I think a Democrat is actually winning, beating a person who's already seated, and that person who's already seated is the Latino guy in Texas. What is his name again? Let's take a look at because again, I like to pay attention to all of it. All of it. Let's take a look and see who is leading in Texas.
Hey, Larry, man, we should have wore MAGA shirts, man.
Oh, my MAGA shirt?
Yeah, man. You should wear the MAGA shirt, man.
Oh, I forgot. You know what?
It stands for Make Adventist Great Again. Not
There you go.
America.
There you go. Hey.
Larry got a shirt made, man. He's selling them.
How many of you guys want a MAGA t-shirt? I'm going to put that in the poll as well. How many of you guys want a MAGA t-shirt? Because we have MAGA t-shirts on for sale, and I'm going to tell you something. You're going to want to get one because it's one of the best ways to witness. It is one of the best ways to witness. All right, which one of these parties has in place for the homeless? Mark Cook says, which one of these parties has in place for the homeless? If I can get your question correct.
Yeah, man. We started our own MAGA shirt
movement, our own MAGA movement, guys. Come on now.
Make Adventism great again, because man, this thing got so watered down. Let's make America. Never mind. Let's make America great again. Let's make Adventism great again and get this message out. This 3 angels message out to the people, man. So
that's right. I'm gonna tell you something. In front of the shirt, it says, "I'm with MAGA." That's the whole catchphrase. It says, "I'm with MAGA" for a reason. First of all, it is a conversation starter. It is to trigger people. We're doing it on purpose. We want to trigger people. And then when they see the back of the shirt, it says, "Make Adventists Great Again."
It's a witness and opportunity.
It's a witness.
Trump, no, but I'm glad you asked.
Turn around.
I'm glad you asked.
I'm glad you.
You turn around, you come back, now it's an interim wedge to be able to minister to them, man.
Last week, Jamal, we went to that hotel, right? So, I went downstairs to get some extra towels, right? And of course I had the t-shirt on. And the lady at the front desk, she gave me the weirdest look, man. She was like, you got some black folks around, because people came there for the football game. So you got some black folks around. This black lady's talking to me, and she's talking to me, but she's looking at me kind of weird, right? Like, is this guy really a Trump guy? What's his story, right? So as I'm talking to the lady, and I'm talking to the black lady, the lady for the front desk brings the towels, right? And she looks at me and she goes, "Does your shirt say MAGA?" I said, "Yeah." And I turned around and she goes, Oh, okay. What's an Adventist?
See, that's what I said.
I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked. And I'm telling you, stood down there for a couple of minutes and I explained to her what the Seventh-day Adventist is about. Real quick, all it is that we believe our name is really the message. The message in verity is in our name. We believe in the second coming of Jesus Christ. That's we believe in the second advent of Jesus Christ, the second coming. And we're called Seventh-day Adventists because we worship God on the seventh day of the week, which is the Sabbath day, and we ought to keep it holy. Boom. Amen. That's all I said to her. Amen. And that's recorded in heaven.
Amen.
Okay?
Hey,
so
quick, Larry, I think you need to answer Mark Cook's question.
Mark Cook's.
Yeah.
All right. You talking about the homeless?
Yeah, I think he's talking about the homeless.
Okay, let's talk about the homeless. So which party is really focusing on the homeless? Well, let's talk about the homeless. So in 2021, a few bills were passed. One of them, the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. There were the COVID. I think there was a COVID bill that was passed to help the people out.
Yeah, the COVID
in terms of refund and all that stuff, right? Yeah. All right. So a lot of that caused inflation. Energy was taken down away from us, right? They stopped fracking and making sure that not all fracking was stopped, but they stopped making they made sure that they weren't getting licenses anymore for those areas to frack anymore, right? They stopped the licensing. Then they closed the pipeline, right? There was a pipeline that was being built. They stopped it. Biden stopped it because that was making us energy independent. So energy went up. Once gas prices went up, inflation happened, because once energy is taken away and gas prices go up, then everything goes up. So people cannot afford homes. They can't afford rent anymore. Homeless rises even further because you cannot afford places to live. At the same time, you lose your job. You don't have work. Everybody's one paycheck or two paychecks away from being homeless. Okay. So when you look at the party that's, that can actually help homeless people more so than one, is going to be, if you ask me, my opinion would be Trump's policies, right? If he can bring back and make us, energy independent, if we can become energy independent, then prices go down because, as you can tell, energy is what really drives the nation. So prices will go down, right? Especially with the banking and all of that, then our interest rates go down. Then homes are more affordable. Apartments are more affordable. If this tariff thing that he's, what he realizes that instead of me taxing the Americans, I can tax those who are outside of America with tariffs, right? That's another thing that we have to learn about, because two nations, because of World War II, two nations, Germany and Japan, they tariff America 100% on all products, right?
But there's a counter to that though, because now they're saying that, and I mean to cut you off, but there's a counter to that, because they're saying that if Trump gets in and he starts tariffing these countries, that it's going to bring products and services even higher.
No,
but
that's their argument. So that's their argument. So let me explain how this works. So if let's say, for instance, Jamal, you and I, we meet at a golf course somewhere, right? We didn't know each other, but we heard of each other. And your business, you started your business 5 years ago. I started my business 5 years ago. We meet at the golf course. We're playing golf with each other. We've hooked up and said, we have some synergy. Let's go ahead and start doing some things together in terms of referral, right? You have a construction company. Your construction company is doing very well. You guys are making millions of dollars in terms of gross revenue and things of that nature, right? My company is, a staffing firm or whatever have you. I'm getting great referrals, whatever. I'm doing pretty well, getting millions of dollars, yada, 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 right? So we said after the golf game that we're going to send each other referrals, right? Yeah. We're going to send each other referrals. So the first 6 months, you send me 50 referrals.
Uh-huh.
I send you 0. All right. You're like, you know what? Nothing there, nothing bad. 6 months, whatever have you. All right. After the first year, you send me another 50. Now I got 100 referrals from you. I send you 5. Okay. Let's go ahead and compound that now. After 3 years, you send me 500. I send you 10. After 5 years, you send me 2,500. I give you 100. Who's gaining from this?
I am.
How are you gaining? I'm sending you 100. You sending me 15 to 2,500 referrals. Who's gaining from this? You or me? What business is gaining from it? Mine.
Oh, yeah. Because you do the
Right. What I'm saying is I'm not helping you out at all. I'm sending you 100 referrals. You're sending me 2,500 referrals. You're more helping me. My business is booming.
Yeah.
From you, what you're doing for me is helping me boom my business. I'm not giving you 200-300 referrals. I'm not. It's not a balanced thing. I'm not being balanced here, right? This is how tariffs work. So basically, you're helping me out more than I'm helping you out. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, what you're going to start doing is saying, you know what, Larry, man, listen. Man, you only sent me, in 5 years since we met, you only sent me 100 referrals after I sent you over 2,500.
Exactly.
Right? You know what? Here's what I'm going to do, man. I think I got to make some money off of this. So for every one referral you don't send me, for every referral that I send you, I'm gonna tax you for it.
Yeah.
You see my point? You're gonna start saying, I'm gonna start making money on this. For every referral I'm gonna send you, I'm gonna start taxing you for this. Right? So you send me another 10 referrals. If I don't send you 10 referrals on that referral you send me, you're gonna tax me for every 10 referrals because you gotta start making money on it. Okay?
Right.
So what Donald Trump is saying this. Now let me just put it now nice and clear for people to understand.
He used steel. As
that was with China. That was with China,
yeah.
right? Okay. So what Trump is saying is this. Listen, guys. Listen. First of all, you already owe America money because America's been taking care of y'all. But we ain't going to talk about that, right? So here's what's going to happen. 100%. You tax us 100% on all Hondas, on all Japanese-made cars, on all Japanese-made stuff. You tax us 100%. Germany, on every Mercedes-Benz you send over here, on everything you tax us 100% for us to use your vehicles and your products, your goods, your services here in America. All right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. We've got companies in America building manufacturing in other countries to sell their goods back to us in America. So let's say this. John Deere said, we're going to leave America. We're going to build our big manufacturing company in Brazil. And then we're going to make our stuff in Brazil, send it back to America for Americans to use.
So,
okay, so Trump says, all right, if you do that, I'm going to put a tariff on you for sending your products, which is an American product, to come back here so to sell back to us at a high price. John Deere said, you know what? Well, we don't want the tariffs. We'll stay right here in America. Okay. Again, Japan will say, you know what? Okay, if you're going to tax us 100%, what we will do, we'll bring our manufacturing company and build it in America and have Americans work on it. Okay, so that brings
you don't pay American taxes
because they don't want to pay the taxes. So what that does is that brings up jobs and that brings up more companies to come to America so that way they don't get taxed. Does that make sense? So that's how the tariffs work. Trump is saying, hey, the reason why we're in deficits, the reason why we owe trillions of dollars is because we're sending billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine. We're giving money away. We're doing this. We're doing that. And exactly for the tariff part, we don't understand how tariffs work because we don't regularly use tariffs. We tax the people. Trump's saying, I want to bring the taxes down on the people, bring the tariffs up on other countries. So if they realize, oh snap, you know what, Trump is really taxing us heavy dollars just for us to do business with America. Well, these countries are going to want to continue doing business with America because they're making billions of dollars on it anyway. So they want to continue the business. So what they will do is say, hey, let's go ahead and build a plant in America. You know how many Japanese plants were built here? Ford. Remember Ford started making, Japanese cars. They started putting Ford engines in Japanese cars. You want to know why? Because of the whole tariff situation. They realized, whoa, we don't want to pay the taxes, so go ahead, let Ford put the engine in there.
Yeah.
Right? So we'll pay some money. So we'll send you the shell, and Ford will put the engine in there. We'll send you the parts. Right. We'll send you the parts, and Ford will put the engine. You build a car in America. So a lot of Japanese cars were being built in America.
That's right.
You see, because they didn't want to pay the tariff. Steel is normally made in America, but what happened is they sent it over to China. China is so smart. China is taxing us for American steel made in China, and Trump said, we're going to tariff that steel coming back into America, and that was the whole thing. And China decided, you know what? Keep your steel. So this is why a lot of folks, when it comes to tariffs, we have to understand how that works. So going back to the homeless thing, if Trump gets in, well, hopefully we will have more funding, and people who had actual jobs who became homeless, who are not normally homeless, can get back to work and make money, tax less, and all that good stuff. A lot of them could also become waiters and waitresses, because he's saying he's not going to tax waiters and waitresses, right? So these are things, huh?
You shouldn't. I said
Right.
they shouldn't. And they said that, and Trump also said that they're not going to tax overtime, which is a good thing.
Which is a good thing. So again, these are the things that are being laid out right now. So for your question, Mark, which is a very good question.
Oh, let me elaborate for you.
Go ahead.
Let's not forget, under this administration now, that a lot of jobs and homes are lost. People went homeless because of this administration. And the one that some of these people are voting for is the same people that's in this administration when they said, if you don't take the jibby jabber, then you can't, you know what I'm saying, you're going to lose your livelihood, which is your job.
Mm-hmm.
People lost their homes, people lost their jobs under this administration. And so what makes you think when it comes to, because that those pandemics and it's going to spin the block again. It's going to come back around and it's going to come with vengeance. I'm going to tell you that because it's man-made.
I think they're waiting for him.
You can say, if I can say that, hey, Larry, I can make up something and say, hey, Larry, listen, dog pox, it's going to come in 2026. How do I know that dog pox is coming in 2026?
Right.
If I'm not, come on, you know what I'm saying? So they already know. So if he wins, watch out of nowhere. Just like when Kobe Bryant died, everybody, oh man, Kobe Bryant. Next thing you know, we got the uppercut with COVID. With C-19.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? C-19 got the uppercut. Nobody was ready for it. Us as the people of the book, the people of the health message, we dropped the ball.
Correct.
And now it's going to swing the block again, especially if he gets in, because they already hate him, so they're going to put the burden on him.
Yep.
And people can't say, well, it happened under Trump's administration, but Biden had 4 years to clean it up, and it ain't cleaned up yet. People still more people on the streets now. Larry, what are we doing in 3 weeks? We're going out to feed who?
The homeless.
When we went out last year and the year before that, when we and we go all the time, I'm talking about for that event.
Right.
When you talk with these people, a lot of them people, they have jobs. But they can't get into housing because of their record, or they can't get into housing because of because of their previous crimes that they had before, or because they lost their livelihood during 2020, during C-19. So this administration had plenty of opportunity to clean this mess up, and they didn't. And then they opened the borders up.
Keep talking, Jamal. I'm gonna keep talking because I'm just going to the breaking news right quick, just to show where we are right now. Oh man, hold on. Let's see. Hopefully this is not working on this screen.
Yeah, man. So at the end of the day, man. So they opening the borders and they're saying, Trump didn't do nothing. He only built 33 feet of wall, whatever it is. It doesn't even matter. You know what I'm saying? Whether he built half a wall, whatever, it doesn't even matter. But still, all them people wasn't coming in illegally, man. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
and
that's the big difference. That's the big difference now, right?
Yeah.
That's the big difference now. The difference is that a lot of people are realizing, man, listen, this whole immigration, remember when he was 2017, 2018, he was saying, no, we don't want to do that. And they were saying, well, you're leaving the kids, you got the kids leaving their parents, and you're splitting families up, and and we got to take care of these people. And everybody was for that. A lot of people were for that, right? Yeah. And, oh man, I'm going to play y'all a clip real quick. Jamal, you're going to like this one. Nice. You're going to like this one. I'm going to play out a clip real quick. I got to find it, about a young man who decided to test the waters. He's like, let me test the waters and see, if people really, those very same people who support Kamala Harris on immigration, let me go ahead and see if they would accept the immigrants, right? Because they're saying that they need to be taken care of. They're even asking in places like, I think it's in, was it in Pennsylvania? in Pennsylvania, I believe, they were saying that, you know, people might need to start taking the illegal immigrants into their homes because they don't have a whole lot of place anymore to oh, this is in Massachusetts, actually. It's in Massachusetts. They don't have a lot of place to, they don't have enough place or shelters to hold them anymore. So they're asking local residents, citizens of America, to house immigrants. So this young man decided, he says, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and test it out and see if they will actually, accept illegal immigrants, right? Those who support Kamala Harris. So let me go ahead and find this this particular clip and see whether or not see what your thoughts are, so we can react to this real quick. I thought it was quite hilarious. Of course, I'm just a different kind of guy. Where did I put this thing here, man? Let's go take a look. I gotta find it. Make sure. I think I have it in my playlist somewhere. And come on. There it goes.
That's crazy. And it had to be the state that I'm from.
Yeah, Massachusetts is now saying that they don't have the space. Okay. They don't have the space for what you call it anymore. So they are asking for families to fill the gap to help with that.
Yeah, but that's dangerous, man, because if you got rapists and oh man, that's dangerous.
Yeah. So let's take a look at this real quick. Let's take a look at this real quick. I'm going to share this. All right. Take a look at this.
Yep.
Question for you. All right, you see these three fine gentlemen over there? They just came over, okay? Really? Illegally, no papers. We need a home.
This woman is a Kamala Harris supporter, also known as a woke, stupid snowflake.
We have to stay woke.
Men are not meant to be dominant.
Out of my face now! A mob swarmed into Macy's, taking anything they could lay their hands on.
Everybody needs to be woke.
I am a woman, so you.
Piece of living garbage.
You know what woke means? It means you're a loser. Everything woke turns to okay?
Or at least I've been told. See, growing up in the cornfields of Ohio with a truck and
all right, let me skip all this. Let me get to this.
Conservative beliefs are the only thing I've ever known. But now that I'm old enough to vote in this year's election, I want to be sure I'm making the right decision. In need. But first, we need to find some people to act as our immigrants. And I think I know just the place.
Are you okay with supporting Kamala for the day?
Yeah, sure. Okay. And are any of you guys gay?
Nobody.
It helps.
No.
It would just be a lot better.
Okay.
Out of these prospects, who should we choose? We need two more.
Probably the black one.
The black one?
Wait, but they all look Mexican.
Yeah, they are.
Kamala on three. 1, 2, 3. Kamala!
You guys want me to play any music or anything?
Yeah, sure.
That's hilarious.
Huh?
So that's hilarious. 1, 2, 3.
Check this out.
Harris Walls sign out here?
Excuse me, guys. Are you guys supporting Kamala in this up-and-coming election?
You support her?
Absolutely.
Are you a supporter?
Oh, sounds like a Trump supporter.
He's a Trump supporter.
We're voting for you, don't worry.
Are you? Okay.
Of course.
We're giving back to the community.
We do have a surprise, if that's okay. It's just real fast.
You have a surprise?
I don't discuss my vote with anyone.
We're with Harris Walls.
We're just giving back. We're giving back to people supporting.
We don't need anything.
Oh, okay, awesome. First off, could we have consent to receive your pronouns?
I was born a woman and I'm still a woman and I'm a her.
We do have one quick surprise, one quick gift, so come on. Oh, they're coming. There we go.
These people?
They're fellow supporters. We got some guys that they don't have papers. You're in support of like the whole border situation. They don't have a place to stay. They just came across. They came over illegally. We need a home. Yeah. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
My name is Hector, so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, they're kind of looking for a home. It'd be greatly appreciated. They'll sleep on floors. I mean, they're not picky, you know.
We have like a 2-year-old, so
Hector's good with kids. Would you be willing to open your door?
Is this your truck right here? We could probably put a couple in the back and then maybe...
Let me let you meet them first.
No, no, no,
Excuse
no,
me.
no, no, no,
Come on,
They're
guys.
really nice people.
My teenagers live with me.
Oh, that's fine. Hector, he was dating a teenager like a little bit ago, so
Okay.
we need a home.
I don't know.
Nice.
You have one.
I live with a lot of people in my house.
Oh, that's fine. The more the merrier. Could you translate and tell them she said yes?
See. It would just be till the end of the election.
Yeah, just to...
Can't because of my personal situation. Sorry guys, I wish I could help you out.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I've got full house here.
Could they just like sleep on your lawn? You guys wouldn't know they were there.
we rent, and I don't think our landlord would be cool with it.
Shoot.
We're a house of COVID.
You guys want COVID?
We don't.
They said they could survive it.
That's not safe to do. Please don't do that.
They need a place to stay.
And have them go to your house.
I have 4 already.
Said he dated teenagers.
He's still working to get his GED, so he's still in high school technically.
They'll sleep on floors.
You do support Harris, right?
Yep, I do.
You do support Kamala though, right?
Oh yeah, I know she does too.
So maybe we could just leave them in her house then while she's gone?
She's got some health issue, so.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, Hector was in med school.
So should we set them up in the front lawn or do you want us to set them up inside?
I didn't say yes.
Oh, I thought you did.
No, I said no.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, never mind. Is it okay if we just set a tent up right here for them though? That way it's not on your property, but it's just right in front.
And they could just use your bathroom, maybe?
No, I can't have you do that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You should really learn how to say her name.
We work with her, so we know how to.
Hey, man. I'm sorry. Hey, you know, when the rubber meets the road, Jamal, all of a sudden, you got a whole bunch of like...
That's a good experiment.
Huh? I thought that was great. I thought that was great. All of a sudden, I can't, I'm sorry.
They can't do it, but they support what they're doing.
Right.
The one you're supporting that you're letting in, you won't put them in your home. You got every excuse why you can't let them in your house.
Every excuse. Isn't that funny, man?
I think that's hilarious.
Oh my gosh. My man said, we got COVID. We have a COVID house. They're like, we can survive COVID.
You can survive COVID. Yeah. He said, Hector's a doctor.
Hector's a doctor. He said,
Hector dead in teenager last week.
The other one was, he said, I got a 2-year-old in the house. He said, Hector's good with kids.
Hector's good with kids.
Hey, the thing about it is, man, when you realize that, hey, you know what? When it comes close to home, over there, yes, let them in. They need to be a part of this. We need to take care of them, and this, that, and the third. And it was like, okay, well, let's see what happens when we actually bring them to you.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden is, we can't do it. I'm sorry, we da 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 da.
Wow.
The point is that reality is a whole lot deeper than perception. Reality is much deeper than perception, much deeper than perception.
Wow.
So yeah, there is quite a bit with that, man. Let's see, the governor. There's a new governor in North Carolina. Josh Stein is now the governor, Democrat. He was running against Mark Robinson. Again, we got to pay attention to a lot of these local stuff because, when something goes down, it only matters when it goes down. So as you stated, Jamal, I believe you when you stated that, there could be a, some type of pandemic or whatever have you that they're holding on to. That's if let's say, for instance, they go ahead and certify Trump as a president, then the next thing is something grand that he's going to have to deal with as a president they can say, okay, we know what, we want to impeach him or whatever have you. So yeah,
blame, put the finger at him. See, this is who you elected. Look, this is the guy you got in office. Look, now this is happening under his watch, But I'm gonna tell you this: a lot of people is not going for that
pandemic thing.
Yeah, getting that jibby jabber. I tell you, it's coming again, and they're gonna come up with some new jibby jabber to give to people. And for those who don't know what the jibby jabber is, I'm saying that for the algorithms, you know what that is. This.
Yeah. You know, Idaho as a state banned all vaccines, 100%. Just recently.
And Trump was going to ban it because that made him look bad. They made so much money on those, and so they made their money. Now there was no longer state of emergency, and people are still getting COVID today. But it's no longer state of emergency no more. And people were, and I was mad at again. I was mad at the people in my church. I was mad. People album bumping and don't want to give your brother a hug. You can't even cough. You can't have a common cold. If you sneeze, everybody was looking at you like you have 3 heads, like you was a Loch Ness monster. All because of what they said. The Bible says in First John chapter 4, perfect love casts out fear, fears torment, and Satan used fear tactics against God's people, and God's people dropped the ball.
That is it.
We were so afraid in the people of the world. We were supposed to be the people of the book.
Of the book, yeah.
And
we turned away from it. Jamal, we turned away from it, Jamal.
We turned away.
Supposed to be the people of the book, and we turned away from it, bro.
Yeah, we turned away.
You know what bothered me the most is that when people stood on 2019, you go to churches and they got the praise team up there, amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found, and now once was blind, but now I see. 'Twas great. And they singing these songs, don't give up on God because He will never give up on you. He's able, and da 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 da. They singing these songs, and then when COVID hit, everybody scattered like roaches.
I'm gonna say this, man. Us as Seventh-day Adventist present truthers, one thing that I learned in this church of the 11 going on 12 years that I learned coming into this message is we can preach a good word, but the minute adversity hits our lives, especially that, we fold up like a chair.
Fold.
We fold up like a chair, brother.
Fold. Check this out. I want to just talk about what Sister Mackenzie just stated. She said, "No one, woke or not, is not gonna take in any strangers." And she also said, "I love Jesus, and I wouldn't take in 2 strangers, male or female." Well, I think, Sister Mackenzie, you're referring to what you saw, right? But it is right for us to take in strangers. Okay. The Bible says that we have to entertain strangers because by doing so, we may entertain angels unawares. Right. However, I'm going to caveat that with the fact that you're talking about not in that way, not being forced by the government to entertain strangers in your home. So I'm going to assume that this is the route that you were taking, right? By saying, "Hey, I am not going to allow, a bunch of strangers just to come into my home," right? So yeah, by the government forcing me to do so. So I'm with you on that one. But on the other end, that we have to remember that we do entertain strangers.
Larry, this is why we got to be prayed up, because we help people all the time, but you just don't do it because it's the right thing to do. You do it. You got to ask the Lord, because the Lord may not want you to do it. And sometimes we put problems on ourselves that God didn't ask us to do because we didn't pray. God is like, "Okay, I'm not going to take you out of this fire, but because you put yourself there, I'm going to walk you through it." And because God says you did that, you never consulted me, but since you put yourself there, I'm going to walk you through. I'm not going to take you out of the fire. Right. So this is why everything we do has to be done in prayer.
And that's the whole point. That's the whole point. Even with what's going on right now, we have to pray for this. Let's go check and see what's happening with the breaking news really quickly here. They're showing the board right now. Hey, let's take a look. All right. Right now it's 178.99. in terms of electoral votes. Trump needs 270. He needs 270 to win. As of right now, I'm not too sure. It looks like Minnesota and Wisconsin are trending red. That's what it looks like right now, which is pretty big. 51.3% is already closing out in terms of, that's going to be pretty big right there for both Minnesota. Right now, Kamala Harris is winning Michigan, but Minnesota and Wisconsin are trending red. So another 100 votes, another 100 electoral votes, and Pennsylvania is going to be the big piece right now. Trump is losing in Pennsylvania right now, and that's going to be the big piece. I think right now that's going to be the big piece. So let's keep an eye on this, because that's going to be where things will change up a bit. That's what things will change up a bit. So, just to give you guys an understanding of what you guys are looking at, it's going to take 3 to 4 states, and they're going to be what they call the Rust Belt states. Rust Belt states is your Michigan, Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Those are called Rust Belt states. And what they're saying is, by those Rust Belt states, they need to have, for Kamala to win, she needs to win Pennsylvania, and as well as Wisconsin and Minnesota. Trump just needs Georgia, Nevada, North Carolina, and Arizona and 2 Rust Belt states, whether it's Michigan, Wisconsin, or Minnesota. He just needs that. He doesn't necessarily need Pennsylvania, but if he gets Pennsylvania, then this thing is it's kind of like over with. But so right now, it looks like he has the Minnesota. He's up in Minnesota, and he's up right now in Wisconsin. So,
well, man, you know what they say, Larry? They said strength is in the ballot more than the bullet.
Yeah, strength is in the ballot more than the bullet. Again, just going to take you guys over to Trump's watch party. This is Trump's watch party right now. This is Kamala's watch party. This is the Kamala watch party right now. A lot of folks on the outside. Again, a lot of dancing, a lot of partying. 2 different vast looks in terms of the 2 different vast looks in terms of the 2 parties, right? The 2 areas. It just tells you what type of administration is going to be run. If you take a completely look at both of them, you can see the type of administration that's going to be run, right? You can tell, hey, the way I see it is this. Trump is one of those guys that he cannot be controlled by the media and by folks, who's on the inside. He talked about the enemy within, okay? Now, that's also a book, and that's also something that we've been talking about. Here it is, Jamal. We've talked about the enemy within for years now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And we can identify the enemy within. What do you think Trump got that from?
What identifying the enemy within?
No, what do you think he got that term from?
I don't know.
Let's take a look. Because again, I like to research these types of things, right? All right, here it is.
You know, you know, Sister Virginia said that she prayed and she allowed she had some relatives live with her for 7 years. And I've been there,
Mm-hmm.
but and it went horrible. But a lot of times, yeah, God do say it, but sometimes people, when they come in your house, they get comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we don't want to be rude, and we try to be Christ-like, and we don't want to put nobody out on the streets. But sometimes God may not have said to be there 7 years, for them to be there 7 years. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, and this is just from my experience. A lot of times God, yes, He tells you to open your doors, but there should be a cutoff. And Larry,
Yes, sir.
and there has to be a cutoff time, because sometimes we can, as Christians, because sometimes we wear our heart on our sleeve, we can sometimes, let people get too comfortable in our home.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to leave, especially when when people just get comfortable in your house, man. And sometimes you gotta set boundaries, and that's what I'm learning. We have to set, even when we do have to open our doors, we have to set boundaries, man. And so
yeah.
yeah.
So take a look at this right here. So it says the enemy within the what? The gates. This comes from Fulcrum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it says in Ellen G. White's writings, she recounts Lucifer as once an honored angel next to Christ, preferred, noble, and majestic. As the plans to create the human race did not include his counsel, he became filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Prior to this, heaven was in a state of order, harmony, and perfect subjection to the government of God, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is difficult to contemplate that in a righteous state of perfection, an angelic sinless being introduced the foundations of sin. Lucifer perceived himself as equally capable to Jesus and thus struggled to accept God's chosen hierarchy and order. One may agree that Lucifer attempted to rationalize celestial injustice through his prism of ideology. Do you get that? That's social injustice.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So you see where the social injustice thing begins. Okay. Though not a deity, he was a superior being from his perspective, since he had commanded companies of angels and was of exceeding intellect. He was capable of participating in divine conference on the creation of humanity. He had the mechanics needed to serve as on a celestial level. In making his intellect and reasoning the barometer of justice and fairness, Lucifer sought to reform the injustice in God's government. At the conclusion of the conflict, when Lucifer and his followers were defeated and driven from heaven, Sister White says he realized that his purity and glory were lost. Ellen White tells us that wishing to be reinstated in heaven, Lucifer repented, seeking to take his proper place or any position that might be assigned him. Are you catching this, Jamal?
Oh, yeah.
He went back and repented.
Yeah.
Lucifer repented, seeking to take back his proper place or any position that might be assigned to him.
Yeah.
Heaven could ill afford to reinstate the originator of sin, as the seeds of rebellion were planted within him. Thus their sin, their hatred, their envy, and jealousy had been so great that God could not blot it out.
Now you see where the Jesuits work, just the same way what you just read. That's how the Jesuits work. Now you know where they get their, also where you get their what's the word? The stealth mode.
That stealth behavior, right?
That stealth behavior, man. They creep into everything, man. The churches, organizations, outside the churches, man. They sneak into and bring everything back to Rome, because that's what Satan's plan was. That's why God knows all, he be all. So when God probably saw, he was willing to take any position, even a lower position than his own. Come on, God knew his heart.
Yep.
He wanted to be at the top. So had God allowed him to back and be even in a low position, he still would have been dropping seeds to the angels, trying to work his way back up to the top. I'm saying, of rebellion and taking control of heaven. So
Bro,
we're seeing the same behavior here on earth, man.
Bro, I'm gonna read some more. I'm gonna read some more of this because I think it is really it needs to be read. I'm gonna read some more of this, okay? So here it is, bottom, it says we all know the story does not end there. Having sealed his fate, Lucifer, once the covering cherub, reversed his repentant spirit and directed malice and hatred towards God's government, and ultimately attacked his creation, attacked God's creation and their Redeemer. The spirit of prophecy reveals that it was envy, jealousy, and hatred that fueled his rebellion. So the reason why I'm bringing this is because Trump stated that there's an enemy from within. There's an enemy within. God knew that Satan would have been an enemy within because he hates God's government.
Yeah.
Okay? All right. If we read, when we read Daniel chapter 11 about, again, we spoke about this earlier when we started. We talked about the king of the north bumping up against the king of the south. I'm sorry, the king of the south bumping up against the king of the north. King of the south is this rebellious, liberal, progressive, and I'm saying, when I say progressive, I'm talking about to the degree, right? Progressive liberalism and what they call antichrist behavior, right? These are those that you can see there's a hatred that they have. Today, on that side of the aisle, there are people who are saying death to America. There are people who hate America. There are people who are rebelling against America. And Trump said, hey, those very same people are the enemies from within. They are inside America, but they're enemies. Also, he referred to as the Nancy Pelosi's of these times as just that. Like, these guys are going against the ideals of America.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to figure out, where would he get that from? Because there's only certain people that talk like that. Most of it is our conspiracy theorists.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And those who have an inclination of Jesuitism. So could it be a Jesuit talking about a Jesuit?
Like I said, man, I see that's the way the Jesuits infiltrate, man. The same way Satan's had to infiltrate in heaven, it's the same way they move, man. It's written all over it, man. The end justifies the means.
The end justifies the means, man. And this is what it's all about right now. I'm telling you, vast differences in terms of, the two parties. Right now, I believe Kamala wins. She's not the president. Wholeheartedly. I also believe Joe Biden wasn't the president. Joe Biden's directives.
The country, bro.
There you go. Again, I'm telling you, she wins. She's not the president. This is just my opinion. I mean, everybody's entitled to an opinion. But I know for certain that, it's harder to control Trump than it is to control Kamala.
Yeah.
Because I've shown you guys the videos of WHO, as well, World Health Organization, as well as the United Nations coming together, the United Nations passing a directive, a mandate stating that, hey, listen, we will take over the sovereignty of America if there is a national pandemic. Okay? They know that if Trump comes in, Trump is going to reverse that.
That's right.
He's going to reverse that, and he wants to get rid of the WHO. So what they need is this globalism. They need globalism. Why? Because the Pope that's in power today is a liberal, and he's looking to become what he said he wants to become. He wants to become the pastor or the clergy of the United Nations, as well as the president of the world. And the only way to do that is through the United Nations.
That's right.
So,
but order to take over a new world order, everybody has to be on board. See, Trump throws a monkey wrench in the plans because, see, this is why they dealt with Kennedy the way they dealt with Kennedy.
Correct.
See, Kennedy was Trump back then, but without the antics. And so they dealt with it quick because things had to be dealt with. The reason why, and you see the attempts on his life, and the reason why it wasn't to Kennedy's magnitude because of social media today saved him.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it.
That's it.
Camera phones is everywhere now.
Right. They tried
to have all that back then.
Right. They didn't have that with Kennedy. So it's easy to say, yo, we did this and did that. Listen, do you know the person that shot at the first attempted assassination on Trump? That person, they still have no motive. Right? They took his cell phone. They have his cell phone. They got into his cell phone. Nothing. As a matter of fact, they went to his house and they scrubbed everything clean from his house. Like he never existed. They don't talk about it. They ain't saying nothing about it, right? Because they know for certain that if they open up Pandora's box, and this is the other thing, if Trump gets in, guess what he's going to investigate?
Have mercy.
So they don't want this man to get in. They're going to do everything in their power to make sure he doesn't get in.
This is why they're afraid, and they know he's going to get in, because when you got black people who were Democrats through generations, I say, you know what? Enough's enough with the Democrats. We've been lied to, and they're going on Trump's side, and and they see the antics. They see all these things, but when they're taking his side, they're taking his side for a reason. There's a reason behind this, man. And so, man, wow.
I'm telling you.
I think you just opened a can of worms, brother.
I'm telling you, bro. It's coming down to the wire. Right now, she's winning in Pennsylvania. I think it's 51-47 for Harris, but and she's winning in Michigan. I think just 15% of the votes are in. I mean, it's still early in those areas right now, but right now Trump is ahead big time in Wisconsin and Minnesota, and I think that's going to be the key for him, because he doesn't necessarily need to win Pennsylvania. He just needs to win 2 of what they call the blue wall. The blue wall is your Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. That's your blue wall. That's what they call the blue wall. He just needs to win 2 of them and get the rest of what they call the Sun Belt states: North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. And that's pretty much calls it out for him. He gets to 270 really quickly, 272 or 278, something like that.
This thing goes deep.
Yeah.
It goes deep, man, because you got to remember, man, even when you looked at the Black Wall Street before it was destroyed, we weren't Democrats, bro.
No, we were not.
Black people was not Democrats.
Blacks voted
Democrats were
Republican.
always against black folks. But you tell certain black folks that, when I talk to certain people who are not in the church, who don't know prophecy, who don't know this stuff, when we have these conversations, they look at me like, you know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about, man.
You know something, Jamal? I'm gonna say this, man. The whole immigration thing that we're seeing right now is a new form of slavery.
Yeah.
Okay. Because what they're saying is that they need the immigrants to come in and do the work that Americans don't want to do.
That's right.
Question is, what are those jobs that Americans don't want to do? Right? It's the other way is this. So we have child labor in other countries. We have slave labor in other countries, right? In China, people making sneakers and they're getting paid nickels on a dime, pennies on a dime, to make the sneakers that we wear in America, that we're paying hundreds of dollars for in America, right? That's what you call slave labor in China, okay? Because they're getting paid pennies on a dime, okay? Slave labor in China, child labor in China and other countries, in North Korea and this, that, and the third, is wrong. But the immigrants coming into America and getting paid the same money to do the jobs that we don't want to do, they don't want to call that slave labor, but it is. That's slavery all over again. And again, the party of slavery, if you guys ever did your, if you guys ever did your research, the party of slavery has always been the Democrats. Always.
And Larry, can you say this? Slavery never left.
No, it's still there.
When you look at it from this perspective. According to the Bible, if you read Revelation chapter 18 and verse 13, from 11 to 13, that everything that Rome owns, from verse 11, Revelation 18 from 11 to 13, in the last verse, which is verse 13, in the last of that verse, it says everything that it owns. It says slaves and souls of men. That goes back to what we talked about the 14th Amendment. Mm-hmm. All they did was so we were enslaved in chains and plantations. We went from slaves to being whipped, to killed in plantations, to being slaves through our birth certificates and social security cards. You know what I'm saying? And that's a whole different thing for a whole nother day. But it never left, because when you're dealing with the 14th Amendment, and that's not just black people, that's everybody. Mm-hmm. That's why the Bible said rich. It said rich, poor, free, and bond. Mm-hmm. It said rich, poor, for those who are free, or even think they're free, or for those who are locked up in jail, prisons, or whatever, or in bondage.
Mm-hmm.
You all will take the mark. But hold on. That's why God talked about us as church members, as Christians, that for us, He wouldn't talk about us.
Right.
For those who really serve God. Because we're in the world, but not of the world.
Correct.
So what I'm saying, so if you're in the world but not of the world, then that wouldn't talk about you. But if you're in the world, whether you're Christian or not, if you're in the world but you're doing things of the world, then then you're in slavery.
God's gonna deal with you accordingly, right?
You're still in slavery because you're going to wander after the beast, because you're so in tune. If Dr. Fauci was Satan himself, let's just say for instance, Dr. Fauci was the devil himself, we did everything, even in the present truth circles, everything that Dr. Fauci said to do. First, he said it was 6 feet. Then he said it was 9 feet. Then he said it was 13 feet. Then it went back to 6 feet that we need to stand away from each other. Why would we be, we are what's the word I'm going to use? We are creatures that have to be intimate with one another. We have to touch, feel, speak closely. That's what God created. We're intimate creatures.
Right. Correct.
That's why God wants to have an intimate relationship with us. But for us to stay away, more people died and got sick because they had no. People were so afraid they were in their homes, Larry, not dealing with society for years, and they end up getting even more sicker.
Yeah.
Stu got COVID, and they didn't even leave their house.
They didn't leave their house, right? They didn't know it was in the water.
They didn't know it was in the water, brother. The whole time it was in the water. But
it's airborne. It's just airborne. No, it was in the water as well.
Listen, we listen to Dr. Fauci, and it's airborne. Oh well, Dr. Fauci said it's airborne, so it's airborne. We had people fighting on the streets. You don't have a mask on.
Yeah, brother.
Get all of us sick. People were fist fighting.
Yeah, brother.
Especially in major cities, on buses, and in restaurants, because they didn't have a mask on. It didn't make sense. So you go to a restaurant, you have a mask on. You got to take the mask off to eat. You got to breathe in and out. It just shows how Satan can manipulate. He's the master deceiver. So you mean to tell me you at a restaurant, you have a mask on that you're breathing carbon dioxide, you're breathing your old bad air. So when you inhale good oxygen, you exhale bad oxygen, which is carbon dioxide. And so when you have that mask on, you're breathing in your own carbon dioxide, which is bad air. And guess what? You're compromising your immune system.
Right. Not knowing that how bad that is. It's just terrible to your lungs itself.
Horrible. And so I'm at a restaurant eating, and I take my mask off. You're still gonna get sick within those minutes of me eating. So we were so brainwashed.
But that's the whole point, man.
I got the mask back on after I'm finished my meal.
Mm.
You could have got COVID within, if it was airborne, within me eating. Why didn't they shut the restaurants down? Because you know why? Because they need that economy.
Right. Jamal, how about the person that was driving in their car with the mask on by themselves?
That used to baffle me. You're in a car by yourself with a mask on.
Now, I see people with 2 masks on in the car.
Brainwashed. That shows that Satan is a master deceiver because we listen to everything that Dr. Fauci said. Now, when he's retired, he recanted a lot of stuff that he said.
Yeah, he's going back on. He's going back on a bunch of stuff now.
A lot of things he said.
Going back on a bunch of stuff now. So I want to touch on voting. Because, what type of people should we be? Should we be conservative? Should we be liberals, progressives, or should we be independent?
Can I read something to you to answer that question, brother?
Go ahead.
Put my glasses on. I'm getting older.
Yeah, you got to put your glasses on.
Not old yet. I'm getting older. It says, I ain't got my phone, Larry, with the big font. All right. I'm reading from Spirit of Prophecy, Fundamental Christian Education. This is from Christian Education, page 475. It says, the Lord would have his people bury political questions. On these themes, silence is eloquence. Did you hear that? Silence is eloquence. Christ calls upon his followers to come into unity on the pure gospel principle, which are plainly revealed in the word of God. We cannot with safety vote for political parties, for we do not know whom we are voting for. That says we cannot with safety take part in any political schemes, because when they go to war and innocent people and bloodshed and people get put on the street like they did during C-19, and people lost their livelihoods and on the street. For those who voted for Biden and Harris, the blood is on your hands. And I'm talking about the church. I ain't talking about those who ain't out of the church, because they don't know that. I'm talking about if you voted the last presidency, the blood's on your hands. If somebody's on that street that you are going out to feed, the blood's on your hands, because that's who you voted and you put in office. This is why they tell us not to vote. But let me finish. It says we cannot labor to please men who will use their influence to repress religion liberty and to set in operation oppressive measures. That's what I just said, because that's what they did. They oppressed people. Measures to lead or compel their fellow men to keep Sunday as the Sabbath. The first day of the week is not a day to be reverenced. It is a spurious Sabbath, and the members of the Lord's family cannot participate with men who exalt this day. And we know all is these two worship, right? At the end of the day, and violate the law of God by trampling upon his Sabbath. The people of God are not to vote to place such men in office. Let me see. I'm gonna read that again. The people of God are not to vote to place such men in office. For when they do this, they are partaking with them of the sins which they commit while in office. I dropped the mic.
All right, man. I appreciate that, man. That's what Sister White says about that is clear and precise, right? Clear and precise. I think a lot of people don't understand that when you vote for party. Now, again, there is different types of ways that we can vote.
Yes, it is. You talk about the man.
We have to. I'm looking when I study her writings and I go back again and I'm looking at things. I'm looking at things from a balanced lens. I'm like, you know what? I have two eyes. I think my eyes need to be balanced. If I close one, I'm only going to see one way. I need to have both of them seeing. A lot of so-called SDA are Trump supporters. Mike James, I would disagree with that, bro. I would definitely disagree with that. I would not even say that because that might not be true, right? We have a lot of African-American SDA churches that will definitely tell you that you're wrong. Okay.
Yeah, because
so, and don't underestimate the Caucasian Seventh Adventist Church, because there's a lot that people go with what they want to go, and that's what I want to talk about real quick. So I want to read this. I want to read this because
supporting women's ordination.
Oh yeah, there you go. You support women's ordination. You know where they're going.
You already know where they're going with it.
You already know where they're going with it. So I'm going to read this thing right here. It says, should Seventh-day Adventists become involved with political questions? Okay. This is the right to vote. Shall I exercise it? This is all about this is coming from the Sister White's estate. Okay. So the question is, should Seventh-day Adventists become involved with political questions? Is it our duty to campaign for a party or person? Should we take a position on social issues of the day? Should we vote at all? In order to find some answers to these and related questions, let's take a historical look at our position on politics and voting. So we have to go into history to understand. This is why I love history. This is why I love to dig down the rabbit hole. All right, for the first few years, it was 19 years after 1844 disappointment, before the Seventh-day Adventist Church was formally organized. These were the years of the strongest resistance. Let me see here. Yep, these were the years of the strongest resistance to the organization on the part of many Adventists because of the opposition to the Adventist message by the established churches prior to 1844. For the first few years of these nearly 2 decades, our founders were regrouping and settling on a new course. Those Adventists who were the beginning of the Seventh-day Adventist Church usually were independent people. They were not Republicans and they were not Democrats. They were independent people. Okay?
Uh-oh.
All right. This is history. This is history that we need to know about. We need to learn about this stuff. This is history. Okay? All right. They had to be, in the face of ridicule at their disappointed hopes of the return of Christ, they were men and women with the courage of their convictions, for better or for worse. It was a time of isolation from the rest of the world, and barriers were erected on both sides. Related to their isolation from other churches was the isolation of Adventists from involvement with civil government. Just as other churches were considered Babylon, so the civil government was regarded with suspicion and distrust, and often with good reason. It was a period of political corruption, perhaps unmatched by any preceding period in the United States history. Adventists expressed strong opposition to politics and the spirit that usually accompanies an election campaign. These convictions were reflected in early articles and editorials that appeared in the Review and Herald. One writer, David Hewitt, a thoughtful and solid lay member in Battle Creek congregation, asked a question in 1856, 7 years before our church was officially organized. His question was this: "My brethren, shall we spend our time in political campaigns, when we soon expect Christ in all glory of his Father and the holy angels with him, when he shall sit upon his throne sit upon the throne of his glory?" This was the question asked in Review and Herald. Uriah Smith, editor of the Review, as if in answer to the question, declared in the same issue that the Adventist position was of one neutrality in politics, with our people refusing to take part in a contest so exciting as the one which is now agitating this nation. He concluded his editorial by saying, to the question, why do we not with our votes and influence labor against the evil tendency of the times? We reply that our views of prophecy lead us to the conclusion that things will not be bettered. And we feel it our duty to confine our efforts to preparing ourselves and others as far as in us lies for the great and final issue already pressing upon us, the revelation of the Son of Man from heaven, the destruction of all earthly governments, the establishment of the glorious, universal, and eternal kingdom of the kings of kings, and the redemption of deliverance of all his subjects. So we can clearly see, and if you guys need this article, I can clearly share this article with you guys. I think it's a great article to have on the history of voting, I think this is something that we all need to understand. So just a little bit of that reading, but it kind of gives us an idea. And even with Sister White, you will see that she talks about Adventists did vote. Adventists did run for office. There was, in this very same article, there was an Adventist guy who ran for mayorship in his city. And Sister White had said, hey, you know what? This guy was a God-fearing Seventh-day Adventist. And he felt that by him becoming a mayor, that his influence as a mayor will go ahead and move forward the gospel of Christ. But he in turn got influenced, and his second term, or his second year, I believe, his second year as a mayor, he was a totally different guy. And Sister White says he needs to be removed from the church. That's all in this article right here that I'm reading, that I was reading tonight.
Well, Larry, if you go back to what I read, she says, we do not know who we vote for. Which means if you know that's a man of God and they're going to do the right thing and they got God's best interests at heart, that's different. For certain, no, I ain't talking about prejudices. I'm talking about because we vote too. We vote on president, conference presidents, and all the other stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But that's within the church. You know what I'm saying? But we're talking like political parties. It's a little different because most political people, they lie. They're liars, and they ain't one honest. You know what I'm saying? Honest, political figure that that they lied to get to where they want to be. You know what I'm saying? Now, when you're dealing with God's church, that's a different story about voting. Voting for for chairmen and presidents and leaderships and stuff like that. But now God didn't say you couldn't vote, but when it comes to political, we have to vote on issues that go contrary against the word of God. That's what the issues that we should vote on.
Question for you, Jamal.
Go ahead.
Did God's people in the Old Testament ever voted for a person?
Say that again?
Did God's people, did God's church, did his church ever voted for a person in the Bible?
No, they were set. You look at Moses, he was told to set, the elders who were connected to the Lord. They were set to take, especially after Jethro came and told Moses, that he's gonna have to delegate.
Right.
And so positions were handed down. There wasn't no voting. God told Moses who to put in, or what type of people to put in leadership.
Okay. The reason why I asked that question is because if you go back to 1 Samuel, you would see that the people they voted for a king. Okay? And they went against, what Samuel was to them, a judge, right? And they told Samuel, we want what? A king.
You said the Old Testament, right?
Yeah, Old Testament. The Bible, just the Bible. I'm talking about, just period. Because there's other places where their voices were heard. Even in the New Testament, I can show you that they voted in the New Testament. Okay? They wanted a king.
Well, Matthew, yeah.
Well, that's yeah, exactly. That's also a vote as well. But I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. They wanted a king in 1 Samuel, right? They wanted a king. And they all voted. Yep. All their hands went up, 100%. We want a king, okay? Yep. Samuel rented his clothes. Samuel was upset. Went to God and said, God, why do they want a king? Why do they want to go against you? And guess what? God says, let them give them what they want, right? Yeah. They wanted a king. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Good call.
All right.
Good call.
Here's another one. Jesus is in the council. He's with Pilate. Pilate says, you know what? I'm going to give him up. And this guy says, there's no king but Caesar. He's not our king. Right? Mm-hmm. Pilate brought him out. Barabbas or Jesus? We vote for whom? Barabbas. Give us Barabbas.
They did vote.
They did vote. They vote.
Yes. That was the church.
That was the church.
Even though there was members in there, and they said it was demons in human forms for the prophecy, but they still voted. And still voted, even when Jesus helped a lot of them with their sickness or their family sickness, and they still voted against.
Boom! Yeah. Jesus walked through Jerusalem on a donkey, and the very same people who was hailing him as king,
that's right,
voted against him. Okay? So they voted for people. Yeah. And God said, okay. This is the reason why Sister White says that we don't vote for men. Cursed is the man that makes another man. Cursed is the person that makes man his arm.
Yeah.
That's what the Bible says in Jeremiah chapter 17. Cursed is the man. So we see that. We could clearly see that in the Bible, these folks voted. Was there good votes? Yes, there were good votes. As you said, the disciples had to pull straws.
Yeah.
For Matthias, right?
Yeah.
To make sure they get a 12th disciple, because it was only 11 of them. So they had to pull straws. That's a vote. They voted. And Matthias won. Okay? Yeah. So we have to get out of this mindset. Mm-hmm. Sister White is saying that we should not put our in this political strife, in these situations, because again, don't put your trust in them. Don't go getting yourself involved, right? Okay, so I'm going to show you guys something else in this article, because I want to make sure. Let's see here. In this article, I want to get it. I want to get right to it, because I don't want to. Where is it at? I think I keep passing it. I'm scrolling up and down. Historic session. Okay, so question for you again. Abraham Lincoln was a president in what years? Abraham Lincoln was a president in 1860.
1863?
1860 and 1864. Okay, he died in 1865. Okay, so 1860 was his first term. 1860 he served until 1864. He ran again. He got the second term. He died in 1865. Okay, so in 1860, who was alive? What groups of people were there in 1860? What church was erected by 1860?
Seventh-day Adventist Church.
There you go. Was Sister White alive in 1860?
Yes, she was.
Yes, she was. So let's take a look at this, okay? Let's take a look at history, because I'm gonna show you guys some things tonight. Okay? All right, here we go. Let's go. Let's take a look at history, because I just want to debunk some stuff, man. All right, here we go. Go.
Do you realize that God always uses the youngest to
fulfill? Yeah.
Because Seventh-day Adventists, we're the youngest religious group,
bro,
out of everybody.
We're still young.
We're still young. We only 1800s. Like everybody else goes back
generation.
But God's using the youngest to finish the work.
I'm glad you caught that.
Well, I'm glad you caught that. When his friends were rebuking him, who rebuked all of them? The youngest.
That's right. That's right.
Like God always, God always used the youngest. Like Joseph. Joseph was one of the youngest out of all the brothers. Man, it's crazy how God uses the youngest. Like, but anyway, go ahead, man. Finish your thought, man.
No, I'm gonna show you this. That's a good point you just brought out. Yeah. Look at this. Okay. Woo! Arguments continue to be heard or refusing to vote. In the same year, Roswell F. Contrell, a minister in Western New York, stated that the United States was upon the eve of a political contest. In a political contest that he believed would finally result in the formation of the image prophesied in Revelation 13:11. So, Jamal, you see that this has been going on for years, brother. We've been looking at politics as every time somebody goes into a presidency, that's the one that's going to bring in the mark of the beast.
Wow.
We've been doing this for a long time. Okay? So I want you to see how Sister White and these guys dealt with it, okay? Okay, under these circumstances, this is another person who wrote, under these circumstances, if I cast my vote at all, he said, tell for or against the making of the image, if I vote in favor of the formation of the image, I shall aid in creating an abomination which will persecute the saints of God. On the other hand, if I vote against this work, I shall vote against the fulfillment of the prophecy. Therefore, I cannot vote at all. So either way, this guy's saying it's a problem, right? In the light of the tragically low state of American politics, his concluding remarks are interesting. This is all Kellogg, okay? I cannot vote for a bad man. For that is against my principles, and under the present corrupt and corrupting state of politics, I could not wish to elevate a good man to office, for it would ruin him.
Wow.
So either way, Kellogg is saying, I can't vote for a bad person. Neither can I vote for a good person, because I put a good person in there, he's going to be ruined. Okay? Mm-hmm. All right. The next year, further objections to voting were voiced. Here's another person saying, if I enter the list as a voter, I do in fact endorse this government as worthy of fellowship. If my name is entered upon the poll book, then I become a part of the body politic and must suffer with the body politic in all of its penalties. Right? This is 1857. Now, this is just before Abraham Lincoln became president. I want to show you the shift. Okay? Okay, but it was largely a national issue but it was largely national issues that were at stake in the situation described in the foregoing articles. A local election in Battle Creek, 1859, challenged Adventists to reconsider their responsibilities as citizens in community. What do you think that it was? Slavery. Watch this. They were pressed to make a more definite commitment to the subject of voting. What were they to do? Ellen White, who was present as Adventist leaders discussed this question, made this entry in her diary. This is what she said. This is in her diary. She wrote, and I quote, attended the meeting in the eve. Had quite a free, interesting meeting. After it was time to close, the subject of voting was considered and dwelt upon. James, her husband, first talked, then Brother Andrews talked, and it was thought by them to best give their influence in favor of the right and against the wrong. They think it right to vote in favor of temperance men being in office, to cast his vote. Brother Hart talks well. Brother Lyon opposes. No others object to voting, but Brother Kellogg begins to feel that it is right. Brother Kellogg was against it before. Now he's saying it is right. Pleasant feelings. Understand, get the word. Pleasant feelings amongst all the brethren. Nobody was fighting, bro. Everybody was like in one accord. Pleasant feelings exist amongst all the brethren. Oh, that they may all act in the fear of God. Then she writes intemperance. She says, men of intemperance have been in office today in flattering manner, expressing their approbation of the course of the Sabbath keepers not voting, and express hopes that they will stick to their course and like the Quakers, not cast their vote. Satan and his evil angels are busy at this time, and he has workers upon this earth. May Satan be disappointed is my prayer. So Sister White is now saying that what we need is men of temperance to be put into office. Man, this is getting deep, bro. Yeah. Jamal, it is getting deep because now it's changing. Before they were against it. They were like, no, nobody's voting. We should never vote, this, that, and the third. But now because there's issues that are arising that they're fighting against. And one of them, the biggest issue that they were fighting against was slavery. Remember, Sister White and all the pioneers were abolitionists. And they believed that they need to they wanted slavery to end. They wanted to be able to witness to the African American people in the South. So they wanted to put a person in that can do that. And what president abolished slavery in 1865?
Yeah, it was Abraham Lincoln.
Boom. So what happened then? Did they vote?
Yes, they did.
I'm telling you, man, this is history. This is the reason why we got to read history.
I'll take it a step further because I read that about the Civil War. Sister White gave the church counsel on not to join the fight in the Civil War. Some went anyway and fought in the Civil War because it was bloodshed over the slaves.
Right.
And she said she warned the Seventh-day Adventists in the South not to fight in a war. God gave counsel not to fight in the war, and they went and did it anyway. And a lot of them died.
Brother, let me show you some more, because this might shock you. I don't know. I mean, I'm all about being shocked sometimes. All right. She goes on to say, note, this is what it says. Note that Ellen White was not just talking about voting on issues. In this last one, in terms of temperance, page 225 to 256, right? She was not talking just about issues. She was talking about voting for men. It is very evident that she favored voting for temperance men as contrasted with intemperance men. But there continued to be a cautious attitude toward voting in general. About a year after this experience in Battle Creek, James White, as a reviewer editor, wrote, "The political excitement of 1860." Who's running now in 1860? What's his name again? What's his name? Abraham Lincoln. The political excitement of 1860 will probably run as high as it has for many years. And we would warn our brethren not to be drawn into it. We are not prepared to prove from the Bible that it would be wrong for a believer in the third angel's message to go in a manner becoming his profession and cast his vote. They're still trying to be cautious. They're still holding back. We do not recommend this. Neither do we oppose it. We do not recommend it. Neither do we oppose. If a brother chooses to vote, we cannot condemn him, and we want the same liberty if we do not. Okay? Then watch this. Then it was written in the Review and Herald. But we do believe that he who enters into the spirit of the coming contest, in terms of the political, loses the spirit of the present truth and endangers his own soul.
So, you know what I'm saying? So it's dangerous. Man, it's dangerous.
It's coming. I'm gonna show you again. It's. You can see that they were going back and forth with this. They were fighting with this, right? You can see that they were fighting with it. Here it is now.
Like, you do, then you don't.
Yep. They were saying, okay, it is evident that some Adventists did vote in the election in 1860 for Abraham Lincoln. Okay. For 2 years later, 1862, James wrote, "Those of our people who voted at all at the last president election to a man voted for Abraham Lincoln. We know not of one man among Seventh-day Adventists who has the least sympathy for secession. Meaning that when Abraham Lincoln became a president, he stood up for, the slaves, okay? And because of the Civil War, the country was starting to secede. And James wrote and said, we know not of one man among the Seventh-day Adventists who has the least sympathy for secession. That means they stood for secession. When Abraham Lincoln was elected president, 11 southern states seceded from the Union, and America was plunged into a civil war. A short time later, on May 21st, 1863, the General Conference of the Seventh-day Adventists was formally organized. The country was then halfway through the war. Okay? It is said, had it not been for the Civil War, the General Conference would not have been able to be brought about. Watch this, Jamal. Watch this. I'm coming to you. The third annual session of the General Conference, which convened at Battle Creek on May 17, 1865, was destined to be historic in regard to the question of voting. Delegates included prominent Adventist leaders such as J.N. Andrews, Uriah Smith, M.E. Cornell, J.N. Laufenberg, J.H. Wagner, Joseph Bates, I.D. Van Horn, James and Ellen White were there also, and both of them spoke to the assembled delegates. The report of this session states that J.N. Andrews spoke at one meeting to the crowd of more than 600 people, and that this is probably the largest body of Sabbath keepers that has assembled for 1,500 years. At an import of item of business of the session was the choice of officers. James White was elected president of the General Conference. Uriah Smith, right? Some significant resolutions were adopted. One expressed sorrow of the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. Another reaffirmed non-combatancy in war with an acknowledgement of responsibility to government in tribute, custom, honor, and reverence to the civil power as enjoined in the New Testament. A third involvement of subject of voting, remembering that James and Ellen White were present and actively participated in the work of the conference, he wrote this resolution: resolved that in our judgment, the act of voting. Bro, I'm reading all of this together to let you guys know that there was a toss in terms of, do we vote for temperance men? Now, it takes prayer and fasting to know whether or not a person is temperance. Yeah. But there were people back then that believed Abraham Lincoln was a temperate man. Okay? They believed that he was the right person for the nation. And believe it or not, the reason why they believed that way was because they wanted to see that black people get the message of God. They wanted to have slavery abolished.
Wow.
So
I just
James,
learned something tonight. I just learned something tonight.
This is the reason why we do this stuff, bro. James White said, "Hey, I'm not fighting this. If you want to vote, go vote, because this Sister White says we need temperate men. And if this is a conviction for you, go do it. We can't stop you. But at the same time, don't come after us if we don't vote. So let us be balanced about it. Okay? So for many people online who's listening to us right now, I can't tell you not to vote. Sister White says, don't go voting for these men that's going to end up hurting us. Silence is golden. What you just read, Jamal. Because we can see that on either side, there's not temperate people there.
Yeah. So yeah, today there's definitely not temperate people there.
There's not temperate people there. So we can't go voting for these people right now. Especially someone who stands for this, two things. One, and we're going to talk about this, Jamal, abortion.
Yeah.
And the alphabet community business. Come on.
Yeah.
The indoctrination of, one, our children, and two,
contrary against the word of God.
and getting rid and getting rid of what, and you know what also goes against it was contrary to God? Not being fruitful and multiplying, because God says it's a directive: be fruitful and multiply. So when we go ahead and say that we're voting for a woman's rights, what rights are being taken away from women? As a matter of fact, it's more of men losing their rights. If you really pay attention to it, men are the ones losing their rights. Okay? Right. When you take a look, take a look. Women are everywhere. Yeah. Women are everywhere. They're doing a whole bunch of stuff everywhere, right?
Yep.
Okay. Reproductive rights, Jamal, are for men and women who are married. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
The definition of reproductive, which is an adverb of reproduction, which is an adverb of production, to produce.
That's right.
To reproduce, brother and sisters.
He said, be fruitful and multiply.
We have that right. Jamal, you and I, we have that right. You know why? And we exercise that right by making children with our wives, which look like us and act like us and behave like us, right?
Come on now.
Okay? That's the reproductive part, right? So we have reproductive rights. But what they covered reproductive rights with, what they switched that word with, was abortion.
Wow.
All right? To have something what they call a DCA or DCM, I'm not too sure if you know what that is, but it's called dismemberment of the child.
It's horrible how you do it too.
Okay, how they take the tools and they go inside the cervix and they pull parts by part.
Murder, man.
By part. Okay, or they give you the pill and they make sure that the blood inside of you has to disseminate. Now you have to urinate that blood out when they give you the pill. Some women don't even urinate the blood. It causes sepsis in their bodies, and they die from sepsis because the blood that they're supposed to urinate does not come out, and the blood coagulates and become poisonous in the woman's body. Are you kidding me? And people are saying we're voting for this because we think that women have their rights.
That's double homicide when a woman died. The baby died, they already killed the baby, now the woman died. Double homicide. Brother,
if they only know that Satan wants to get rid of God's people, he wants to get rid of people, period. Because if he can tell, if Satan can see, like, look, let me get rid of her now, because God has a plan for her 10 years from now. God may see that this woman may turn and give their life to Christ, or that baby that was not aborted may turn around and give their life to me. Satan's like, no, get rid of that now.
Wow.
You see my point?
Yeah.
So, but people want to vote for that, bro. How? How are we as Adventists voting for that?
You know why? And we go on saying what I'm about to say is going to ruffle some feathers. But I really don't care because it's the word of God. And to answer your question, Larry, is because of the isms. Feminism is one of the things that's eating our church up right now. When you start preaching about women need to submit to the man, well, watch a lot of the sisters, man. A lot of sisters, even the married ones, they start getting upset. Not all, but a lot of them. They start getting upset because they hate the fact that they have to submit to a man. And marriages end, especially in the church, it's a high percentage of women. I think it's in the 70s, 73%, something like that. I believe 73%, something like that. I know it's in the 70% range. That it's more women who's divorcing their husbands than men divorcing their wives. Because they're not happy. The Bible never said to make your wife happy. But Satan painted us this delusion through television, through entertainment, that our wives need to be happy. We even use the cliche, happy wife, happy life. That is deception. I used to say that back in the day before I knew better, when I started to study more. Happy wife, happy life. That is deception. Where in Bible prophecy, in the Bible or spirit of prophecy, does it say that you have to make your wife happy? Or now, Sister White did say that the woman determines the home by her behavior. Because if she is irritable, the whole house is going to be irritable.
Yes.
That's why, and the Bible says it's better for a man to be in the corner of a rooftop than in a house with a contentious woman. The Bible says that. Okay, it does say that.
Yep.
But it does. But other than a woman, happy wife, happy life. Listen. So you mean that the man has to not be himself and just accept your behavior when you're sinning or you're in the wrong. It's the thing that most, not all women. I want to clarify that because I want people getting offended. If you get offended, then you must be one of those women.
Mm-hmm.
With the word called accountability in these last days. Most, not all, most women hate accountability. They hate to be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And women nowadays, not all, but most women, they agree with the behaviors. Even in the church, where they see a wife is in the wrong, they won't say nothing. But the minute the man's in the church, I'm talking about the church, I ain't talking about the world. The minute the man's in the wrong, they quick to speak out. Oh yeah, he did this, he did that. But they won't say nothing when the wife is wrong. I'm just gonna be quiet and mind my business. Oh, now you want to mind your business when the woman's at fault. But when the man's in the wrong, you got something to say.
Right.
Right is right, wrong is wrong. God said not to be a respected person. Judge righteously, not judge the people, but judge the matter righteously. And I'm talking to the church. We're not judging matters righteously. We're holding our peace when it comes to the women because we don't want to step on toes or we don't want to get in no cat fight. When we're all being held accountable. Sin is sin, brothers and sisters.
And that's pretty much it. Go ahead. I'm just saying, sin is sin. Go ahead. You can keep rolling as you're rolling, bro. Sin is sin. Jamal, I talked about this when we were with Jeremy last week at the camp meeting. And I said that since Eve passed on this fruit to Adam, it was heir apparent that the woman had usurped the man. Mm-hmm. And God clearly saw that. Okay? He clearly saw that because that was the MO of Satan. The modus operandi of Satan was for the woman to usurp the man. Mm. And when you look at this, when you see how I'm laughing because Donald Trump just won Iowa, and they were using Iowa as a totem pole to have people to say that Kamala's going to win. So right now it's 207.91. This is going by pretty quick.
You're like midnight.
Yeah, we're not going to be on till midnight, but we just watching all of this. We're paying attention. We're paying attention, brothers and sisters.
I have a question for you. Almost when you're done, I have a question.
Yeah. So Genesis chapter 3 talks about the woman having this desire to her husband, not for her husband, to her husband. Meaning that language is saying that this desire, and Sister White speaks about this in Patriarchs and Prophets, that desire is the desire to usurp the man, to put the man under her. Okay? As the reason why the next sentence was God letting her know that he would rule over you. Yeah. And this is the punishment to the woman. Right. So in other words, if things were not done the way they were done, the woman was always equal to the man. Neither one of them usurping each other. Right. She was a helpmeet to the man. Helpmeet. Right. But now we see this change around, and I'm saying to myself, because I asked myself, I was going to post this on Facebook a couple times, and I just kind of said, nah, I'm not going to do that. But it was more of like, they're asking me, they're telling me that I'm a misogynist and a sexist if I don't stand for a woman. Because because my mother is the one that pushed me out, but my father did not plant the seed.
Not the father. You can't. He created her.
Bro, I'm so baffled by this. The argument that I hear all the time is, Larry, the black woman pushed you out. And I'm saying to myself, wait, how do you know my mother wasn't white? You know what I'm saying? I may have my father's complexion.
My great-grandmother's white. She's German.
My great-grandmother is very much white, all the way. And my mom is light-skinned because of that.
Not my mother's light-skinned. I'm the dark. I got my father's complexion.
Right. And my dad is black as dirt sand. I mean, come on now. Yeah. So when I hear this kind of stuff, man, it just irks me it irks me so much that I'm like, listen, we don't vote just because a person is a color. We don't vote for a person just because she's a woman. We're not elevating women because she's a woman. Yep. No, God gave us this leadership. He wants men to lead. And men are stepping back. Men are going, yo, you know what? I'm about to make another t-shirt, Jamal, and I'm gonna tell you what it is. Hold on. And I want you to ask me a question, but I got this thing for a t-shirt. Where's my man? This idea came to me late last night while I was possibly in some kind of a dream or something. But I wrote it down. I said, yo, we gotta make a t-shirt. What did I call it? Come on, man. Black men taking leadership back. Men taking I'm gonna rephrase the words, but we're taking leadership back. We got to get back to leadership, bro. Yeah. In our homes, in our churches, in our communities, we got to get back to leadership. Quit all that mess, man. We're messing around. We're messing around. Messing around, bro.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
And this should be one of the polls. the new poll.
Yeah, I can make a poll real quick. Go ahead.
My question to you is, if Kamala Harris wins tonight, do you think that she'll be number 2 at home to her husband, or number 1 at home to her husband? Because you can't go home, and this is why it goes back to, but first let me let you answer the question. My question is, if Kamala Harris wins, can she be number 2 to her husband, as far as submitting to her husband, and be number 1 running a whole nation? That's my question.
I got the poll out there. You want me to answer that now? The poll is out there.
Yeah. Because go ahead. You can answer right now. I want to hear your perspective.
I don't think she's subservient right now. She's a VP.
Because if you think about it, this is the same thing in the church with the woman or the nation. How can you be ahead over 200, 300, 5,000, 10,000 church members and then come home? You're number 1. And you come home to be number 2.
Bro, she's a vice president right now. Okay? Let me just tell you what I really think. I think that, first of all, they're married, but they're not really one. That's the first thing. Okay? His name is Doug Emhoff. Her name is Kamala Harris. Mm-hmm. So they're not really one. Okay? That's me. That's how I look at it. First of all, you don't take your husband's last name. And I know that they do it for, that's my political, but she should be Kamala Emhoff and not Kamala Harris. Mm-hmm. Okay. 2, I don't see her. I don't see them as really being connected as much at home. I see her as being in the vice president house, and he takes care of stuff in California. He's out there. Yeah. 2, 3, I think that he is doing his own thing. He got other ladies around. That's just me. I think that I think they are, in front of us. In front of us, it's we're married and we're happy, but
here's my second question.
Not the same way behind.
Huh?
They're not the same way. Behind curtains, they're not the same way.
I have a second question.
Mm-hmm.
My second question is, how I ask it. God mercy. I have 100 things going through my mind.
Ron Compton.
Oh, man. It was good, too. Lord, please bring it back.
Oh, Ron Compton. Why did you say that, man? Come on, Ron. Don't do that.
Man, Lord, bring it back. It was really good, too.
What, your question? Was it about Kamala or was it about Trump?
No, it was about Kamala. I got one about Trump, too. I got one about him, too.
All right, well, go for the one of Trump.
But go ahead.
Now, I'm just reading what Ron Compton... Look at Ron Compton's message, man. This guy right here is something else. Anyhow, yeah, I believe that this whole thing in terms of putting women and people argue, their argument is like, Larry, other countries have women lead in other countries. We have Mexico has their first female president in Mexico,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, yo, good for Mexico. Hey, you know what? That's going to work for them. That might work for them. Because, if she is a good person and a person that has, strong leadership skills and whatever have you, then hey, that's more power to you. But America is a little different from Mexico. And people will, they're going to disagree with me. But there's a reason why we're all in America as Christians, because Christianity has been, what's the word I want to look, it has been galvanized in America, okay? Mm-hmm. Christianity has been galvanized in America. So because of that, we see this, we try to stay on the principle of leadership. So principle of leadership, what's the principle is that God has made men leaders. In all other countries, most of our countries, men are the leaders. Okay. Oh, there goes Doc. He's calling me. 1 second, man. Let's get Doc on the line real quick. You want to get Doc on?
Yeah, man.
Doc, what's up, Doc? Yeah. You don't got the link? I'm gonna send you the link. All right, later.
All right, I remember my question.
Yeah, go ahead.
my second question to you was, now we know women. It's a fact that men are more logical than women. Not saying women are not logical, but men are more. As I said, more, and women are more emotional than men.
Right.
Would you feel comfortable as a man to have a woman president, especially when it comes to war? Would you rather have a man leading you in war or a woman leading you in war? Now let's think. Now think about the question for a minute, and that's for all of y'all who are listening. Think about what I just said.
I personally don't have a. I think there are good, strong women when it comes to the question of war. So generally speaking,
we're talking about the prejudice. We ain't talking about holding no at a corporation, a job. I'm talking about president.
No, as a president, like I said, I believe that there are good women who are around. Now, I know where you're going with it because you're looking at it from a logical and an emotional standpoint, right? I don't think that, and I'm not skating around your question. I'm gonna do what Donald Trump does. I'm gonna do the basket weave. I'm gonna weave. We're gonna weave and we're gonna get to.
Nah, man, answer the question, brother. I'm gonna hold you accountable. Answer the question.
I'm gonna do a Kamala Harris. I was raised as a middle class kid. And now, but I'm going to get to the question. I want to frame it though. I want to make sure I'm framing it the right way. Okay. There are women who can lead, right? In terms of being that person to say, hey, we got nuclear weapons. The red button is right here. You know, your question has to be a little bit more directive. It has to have more specificity. Okay. Right? It has to have more specificity. And the reason why I'm saying that is this. You just can't say going into war, because as a woman, I'm going to play it this way. As a woman, I have my counselor that's around me that's going to give me good counsel and say, hey, you know what, Kamala, listen, I don't think you should do this. This is what you could do. Boom. It's just a, you know, let's not send our troops. Right. So that's the one thing.
Around men too, but she counts around men too.
Right.
Yeah,
right. But here is where it becomes different in terms of war. What's his name? Kim Jong Un. Yeah, that guy, North Korea guy, right?
Yeah.
He decides to send a missile over to Hawaii with Kamala's name on it. Like, he wrote Kamala's name personally, like, yo, this for you right here. And he calls her a name, okay? And he hits his button, and he sends it, and it hits one of them small islands near the coast of Hawaii. Mm-hmm. And now Kamala has to react to that, because you've hit American soil. You've touched America, okay? Now she has to react to that. Does her emotions get the best of her? Where she's like, you know what? Bump that. I'm sending 6 nuclear weapons straight to North Korea from Guam, because that's closest to North Korea, right? Open the floodgates, bless them, and she hits that button. And you're saying because of what? Because of her emotions. Where if that has to happen, Jamal, that's because of bad leadership. You see my point? If it gets to a point where America goes to war, America goes to war because America's soil was touched by its enemy, that's because of bad leadership. And this is the reason. You said what?
That's only one difference
between men and women.
What if that didn't even happen? Nobody sent new. Nobody even sent nothing, because you got all these men like Putin and all these different presidents in different countries. They might try it.
Yeah, but I'm saying they will try her, right? Because they don't have any respect for her. You see my point? Okay. So I always said this. If any woman of color has to face racism, it's not going to really be from America. It's going to be from other countries that don't believe in your, look at the Muslims today, Sharia law. They don't look at women in that position as respectable. They don't have no respect.
Have you ever got pulled over or been around a situation with the police and you see the woman cop? She always, more likely, I guess she always, in my situation, in my BC days, when I was involved,
she's the aggressor, right?
I was involved in the street.
She's the aggressor, yes.
Yeah, she was always had to prove. It's like she had to prove herself that she can do what the men do. She had to show, and she showed out. Like, she was more aggressive. She wanted to twist your arm, or like those. These are my experiences.
Why is that though, Jamal? Look how big you are, dude. Come on, man.
Nah, but I'm talking about. you got the gang unit. We on the block. We doing what we doing. The gang unit, they come around.
I disagree a little bit, Jamal.
Hold on. But then you have. I'm talking. I'm. How can you disagree with my experience?
No, I'm not disagreeing with your experience. I'm saying I just disagree. I said a little bit, because those women in that position, they have to overcompensate. They have to. It's a must, man. Come on. Come on. Remember what was that movie? Oh my gosh, what was that name of that movie? It was a comedy with the Police Academy.
The Police Academy.
Police Academy. Okay, remember the black lady?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, guys. Let me show you.
Yeah.
Right? Well, who was the one that was knocking dudes out? It was her.
Yeah.
Right?
No, listen. Hear me out. Listen.
I'm hearing you. I'm listening. I'm listening.
But these are things I think about. How would she respond? Because we're at a time where women want to be equal to men. These are the times that we're at.
Mm-hmm.
But then I'm in the construction industry. And would you know what I'm saying? And yes, listen, I worked on sites with women all the time, and they were good workers, okay? On construction sites. Building high rises, building bridges. I built a lot of stuff, okay? But if you got a group of women, and they have these out here, especially here in the South, I have them in Tennessee, where it's a women's organization where they build homes for people.
Yes, I know that. I know about them. Mm-hmm.
But there's always a lot of issues with it because most women don't get along with each other. So I'm trying to tell you, I'm not telling you from what I think. I'm telling you from what I saw.
Experience, right? No, I'm with you, Jermaine. I'm with you, Jay. All I'm saying is that a lot of in those scenarios, in those cases, they've got to overcompensate. They're with a bunch of men, okay? Men who, when we get together as men, there are times, okay, you know, we try to watch how we speak around women just for respect factors, right? But you're in construction. My dad was in construction. I mean, I can't say I was fully in construction. I've done a couple jobs with my dad every now and again, but I was not a construction worker. But I've been on the sites. I've been there. I've heard, you know, the talks. As put it like this, the same type of talks that we have in barbershop, right? You come to the barbershop, if a woman walks into the barbershop,
you listen to the conversation, she may get offended.
That's the reason why we go shut it up. Nope. Got a lady in the house. Yep, we don't.
True. But now again, it goes back to her being tried. How is she going to respond? Is she going to respond with her emotions, or is she going to respond because some women, I ain't saying Kamala will do that, but some women, they will respond with the emotions. So you ain't going to talk to me like that. You know,
I think it's a little bit more than that, Jamal. I think reality speaking with Kamala, in reality, like I said, it's not about her responding in terms of pushing a button, because she has to go through a lot of things before she pushes a button. But if a missile hits American soil, it's because of lack of leadership, lack of strong leadership, and that comes to the point of her leadership. Listen to what I'm trying to say to you. She laughs for everything. Even when she's serious, her face is, okay, I've watched her in those interviews, okay? Those tough interviews. Matter of fact, the only tough interview she ever had was Fox News with Brett Baer. That was it, okay? The ones that she had on CBS that was rigged for her, the one that she had on NBC the other day that was rigged for her, look at her face when they gave her, when they, even the town hall on CNN, look at her face. When you push back against her, her face is like she freezes and she's like, I don't want to ask that second question twice in a different way. Okay? So you can tell emotionally she gets upset. She gets mad. She starts pointing and starts doing this and da-da-da-da, right? You can see that in her. But that's not leadership. Getting louder and screaming is not leadership, right? You have to know what to do. When they asked her, they literally asked her a regular question about taxes, right? She wants to tax corporate taxes, raise corporate taxes, raise state taxes. She wants to do all this stuff so that way she can get her Green New Deal passed, right? When they asked her, how would you get it done? If you go to Congress, if you win and you have a split Congress, you have the Senate, but you don't have the Congress, what would you do in getting corporate tax? You know what she said?
What's that?
We just have to win. We just have to get it. And that's not how you do it. You have to know how to lead. You have to know where to go and who to speak to. And they ask a direct question. And she's like, you just have to win. We just have to get it. That's it. Forget about all the details. I'm just speaking high level here, and you're going to vote for me because Trump is bad. So when you see things like that, that just tells you the leadership is just not there. So if a missile has to hit America to the point where she has to react, forget the reaction. What caused this thing? Leadership. And most of it is because of laughing. She's every second you talk to her, she's, get out the vote. Bro, for a person who's a Sorrow, for a person who's an AKA, who's supposed to be black, I'm going to say this, man, and y'all can smack me around later on, but I'm going to say this anyhow. She is the only black AKA that I know that has absolutely no rhythm, and most of these Sorrow girls, most of these girls have rhythm. I don't know how she got skipped on stepping and doing all this other stuff as a AKA, but to me, she doesn't have what it takes to be a leader. So if something happens to America, she folds. She folds. Her reaction is to fold.
I'm not asking them to be controversial, but this is something we got to think about, man, because this is our livelihood. This is the country that we were born in. This is the country. She represents this country. And it's, if I had to choose, if a woman was to be president, that I know that would probably be more, I'd rather pick Michelle Obama.
Again, I asked a question, Jamal. If it was a black Republican woman, would men and women vote for her? Because this is all about women right now, right? Larry, you're misogynist and a sexist if you don't vote for Kamala Harris. Okay, let's say it's a person who's black. Let's just call out a name. Let's say it's Candace Owens, just for a sake of putting something out there, right?
Yeah, that's why I'll pick Candace Owens.
Michelle is really Michael. Okay, so let's. I'm telling you, people putting stuff in the chat, right? Okay, all right. You know what? Okay, somebody says Condoleezza Rice. Okay, let's use Condoleezza Rice. Less of a controversial person, right? Yeah. Condoleezza Rice is a black Republican, a woman. Mm-hmm. You know how many people hated on her?
Yeah, I know.
They hated on her. Okay? So again, if she had to run for president, would they care about her being a woman, a black woman at that? Absolutely not. They won't care. They won't care. So again, like I said, it's a matter of semantics. It's a matter of fake behavior and playing these games. They just don't care, Jamal, and that's how I look at it. The mere fact that they're playing these games, and we can clearly see that they're playing these games, man. We have to be smart and be educated. We have to be smart and be educated. And most of this, Jamal, is common sense. Common sense. If you know anything about civics, if you've ever taken a civics class before, anything about history, you will clearly see that most of it is common sense, and they're going against it on purpose. On purpose, because there's an agenda that needs to be set. You and I know 2030 is an agenda. 2025 is an agenda. Even 2030, what was it that the Africans have? 2036? 2033? 2030.
How about 20, what was it, 2060?
No, 2066, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Because you broke it down and it was 33 years in between.
Yeah. There was.
I think it was 3066, something to that regard, and you broke it down, and you was like, Larry, this is that 33 years in between where. Oh man, it was so deep when you broke it down. Yeah. So yeah, man, I just think a lot of times that we are not really informed about what's really going on. Yeah, we're not really informed about what's really going on. And we have to really, get to a point where we are studying God's word and we're sticking to the principles of God's word. We're not just studying, but we're sticking to the principles of God's word.
Mm. Yeah. So what do you think about Trump, man? What do you think about him if he wins?
Okay, hold on. Let me. You see that question by Shabbat Justice?
So it's about justice. No, I don't see it.
Was Trump's blank hand job gesture and oral blank gestures on the microphone logical or emotional? Bruh, Shabbat, I don't know if you are a woman or a man, so I'm going to just, I don't want to put any pronouns there because I can't tell. But I don't think that question really deserves an answer, quite honestly.
See it now.
I don't think that really deserves an answer. I think that's just, I don't want to dignify it with an answer, but you know what? This is the talking points. This is the type of stuff that I hear from CNN, and I watch that stuff. I watched it actually. I actually watched the event that he was at, where he was talking about a microphone, and the stand was too short for him. And he was joking about the whole thing, like, yo, this is too short. He's bending it back and forth. He's bringing he's like, this is too short. All I'm asking for is a good mic. That's all he said. All I'm asking for is a really good mic. He said, this is the third mic you guys brought for me, and this stand is too short.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Right. But, of course, the only way that they can make this thing work is to berate this man. And these are the talking points that people come up with to bring. That's the reason I'm like, yo, I wouldn't defile myself answering your question.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that question, man. But going back to the question, do you think that Donald Trump is up for the task or is competent to run the country?
Again, practically. That's a good question that you ask me. I'm gonna answer it in a practical way, okay? And Shabbat Justice, nah, Ira, I'm not canceling your question. It doesn't even deserve a question. Why don't you go back and watch it for yourself? All right, so back to your question. Logically, and from a person who's just watching everything out, right? Okay, I go back to history. I'm going back to history, okay? In 2016, he did not expect to win. In 2016, they did not expect him to win. In 2016, they were upset that he won. All right? In 2016, we were at war. Okay? We were still at war in Afghanistan. We were still at war in Iraq and all this other stuff that Barack Obama left for him as a president. Okay? All right. In 2017, 2018, the man signs the Middle East Accord, the Israel Accord, right? He signs that, okay? All right. Which brought what they call peace to the Middle East. There was actually no wars that America was involved in. There was no wars that big nations like China and Russia was involved in. None, okay? In 2016 to 2020, all right? As a business owner, as a true business owner with LA Tech Staffing, where I had actual people working for me, right? During that period of time, my taxes, my corporate tax, as well as my payroll tax was very low, to the point where I was barely doing that, okay? Even my Department of Labor, my DOL, taxes for Department of Labor, which helps with if you are fired from my company or laid off from my company, you can go online to the Department of Labor and they will make sure that you get a check every week because they have already taxed me ahead of time for you to get that check. Okay,
Yeah.
those were minimal to me during the time that Trump was a president. As a matter of fact, I was able to, with my company, I was able to subcontract my services to other companies in Georgia. And oh, by the way, again, we were all making money.
Yeah, because you was able to get loans for houses. Like now, you
easy.
Can't get,
you can't.
The banks ain't even know
right
out for loans right now.
I'm just talking from a
I must be honest with you.
I'm talking about from a leading in terms of international, right? From looking at things from internationally and nationally, okay? Foreign affairs and domestic affairs, okay? His foreign policy was all about tariffs. And he says now that he learned more about tariffs, he's going to do more about it. Like I said earlier about tariffs when we broke it down, it's more of saying, hey, instead of me taxing the Americans for me to get money from the Americans, I'm going to pull money from other countries that owes America, okay? So that's one thing that he's going to do. I'd rather him do that than for me to be taxed. Now, I'm not hearing him saying that he's going to tax unrealized gains. I'm not hearing him say that he's going to tax realized gains. And there are a lot of people who don't know what realized gains are or unrealized gains, okay? And I'm going to take my time to break this thing down because we've been on for quite a while. So I'm going to take my time to break this thing down. Realized gains is, Jamal, you are a business owner, okay? You've purchased some assets that you know that can, of course, 10 years from now, as the market goes up, that those assets can bring you quite a bit of money, okay?
That's right.
You decide to say, hey, in 10 years' time, I sell that. I'm going to make $10 million off of something that I purchased for $1 million.
Yeah.
The realized gains tax is when you get the money that you have already sold, your purchase, you made the money for, $10 million, they tax you on that, okay? Because those are realized gains. You've made those gains. So you get taxed on those gains. And then, of course, IRS is going to come back and tax you because Uncle Sam wants their money, right? Unrealized gains is that you know in 10 years, those assets, they're going to appreciate and make $10 million. You're going to make $10 million on that appreciation, right? Mm-hmm. Unrealized, you have not seen the money yet. But bro, you're being taxed on it. And you're being taxed on a monthly basis. What? On a monthly? I have to pay taxes on this? On money that I'm supposed to make by the time you make the money?
No, for a fact, it's going to be it's not.
So when you ask me if Trump would be a better leader, yes. Do you understand that they're now Mexico and other countries are now getting ready for all the stuff that they were doing for free with America? They're putting the money aside to pay America back because they feel that he's going to be the president. So it's about leadership, right? It's about leadership. Now, there are people who will disagree with me, and that's okay because everybody has their opinions, and I'm fine with that. But if I had to choose as to who was the better leader between him and Biden, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at who was the better leader between him and Biden.
We have to look at that, Larry. We have to look at that. And yes, we don't vote. Let's make it clear, guys. We're not voting, but we're talking about the two people that they put in front of us. Okay? That's what we're talking about here. If we was to vote, and Larry just got finished writing, I just learned something tonight. And I wouldn't vote for him. I'm not the one of them anyway. But if I had to, if I had to make a choice, I would go with Larry.
Look, Jamal.
Because you did run better. Like I said, I was talking to my friend the other day, Larry. And like I said, he's not in the church. He don't understand a lot of prophecies, this prophecy side of things. But he can explain his part. And and one thing that I didn't want to go too deep into it, but one thing that I did get from the conversation was, I asked him, about gas, and he said gas is the lowest. I said, well, it's only low now because of the president.
Because of politics.
When it's time for election time, you know, everything drops.
Right. That's how it is. That's how it is.
Food even dropped. What about food? Like, last 3.5 years, gas is expensive.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The food taxes is out of it. Man, with $100,
you come out with 3 items. 3 items.
5 items.
That's it.
$100.
That's it. Jamal, listen, you asked me that question, correct?
Yeah.
And I said, I'm looking from a practical side of things, right? Yeah. I'm looking at it as practical, my opinion, how I'm looking at it, okay? And I want to make sure I'm making that very clear, people. Because I see, you know, Mike James, Larry, it's about money or Christian values. Are you plugging for Trump?
No, we're not. We don't vote. We just say that. We don't vote.
I'm looking at you.
Hold on, Larry. Flip it on Mike James. Ask Mike James if he had to vote right now, who would we pick? If he was to vote and he had no choice but to vote, who would you pick?
No, I wouldn't even.
It goes back to you choosing what's gonna help you. And let's just say hypothetically, we didn't know what we know. Let's say we didn't know President Trump. We didn't know prophecy and all those other things. Let's just say we were regular Christians who just love God but we're numb to what's going on behind closed doors. Let's just say that. Who would you vote for? According to your livelihood right now, who would you vote for, Mike James? I'm asking you the question, Mike James.
Because the thing about it is, my question would more likely be, I just want to know what you see. What do you see? I mean, you can't walk around with blinders on. Well, I'm a Seventh-day Adventist and I don't see nothing. I see nothing. I hear nothing. I don't like when people do that because you're not practical. You're not being real. That's not reality.
Yeah.
That is not reality. And again, we have this misconception that we can't talk like this.
Yeah, you talk like this. Now you're going for the person.
Right. That does not necessarily mean I'm voting for it. I'm picking a side. No, I am being practical based upon what I see. And I think I have the right to say that. So by doing that, it's just pretty much trying to shut me up and say, you know what, Larry? No, all you're supposed to be talking about is Christian stuff. And that's it. No, we've clearly gone through all of that tonight. We went through all of that tonight. I literally showed people the battle that our pioneers were going through regarding voting. Literally just showed it to you. And I put it in the chat so that you guys can look for yourself. The link is in the chat. Look for yourself and see what they were going through. But no, it's all about, well, you know, Larry, you voted, look, whoever I'm talking about, does it really matter?
Because we don't vote anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Jamal, let me tell you something. If I had to vote for Trump. I'll say right now, because I'm not going to vote for a person who's looking for abortion and who stands for gay community and all kinds of stuff like that, and then comes to my church. They come to our church, comes to the black church, and act like, yo, everything is okay, and I'm, vote for me. I'm the, what's that girl's name? I'm gonna let you go, Jamal. But what's that girl's name in Georgia? Fani Willis. Okay, Fani Willis, literally, who's running right now as district a district attorney in Fulton County. She's running right now today. She's running as a district attorney in Fulton County. She went to Berean Seventh-day Adventist Church after sleeping with this other dude.
That wasn't her husband.
Who was married, who was not even her husband, and still not her husband, but she's on the pulpit. You think I'm going to stand up and allow this to happen and talk about it and like it's okay and vote for her? But no, it's the black church, and she's a black woman, and we got to stand with black people. Absolutely not.
Well, Larry, you know what's sad? Even though we sat up here the whole time and said we're not voting, we don't vote. And Larry, and let's set the record straight. You and I personally, even if we wanted to vote, we couldn't vote. And you know the situation why we can't vote. Okay? Even if we wanted to vote, we can't vote. Because I'll say that for another day. But it's sad that you can't even have a conversation about what we see without being put on the spot. Oh, you're going for that person. Oh, you're going for that person. Yo, listen. We done sat there the whole night and said, Jesus Christ is up. Listen,
we were clear about that. We were very clear about that.
Jesus Christ.
Very clear.
2025, Jesus Christ. I'm campaigning for Jesus Christ. But it's sad that you can't even have an opinion.
I know that's the whole problem. That's the problem.
You can't have an opinion. You know, if it was a hypothetical, like it's answering a hypothetical question. You're automatically, because we're talking about two people that they're putting in front of us. Not that God had put these people in our lives or the people got to vote to who they wanted to vote for. No, they put these two people in front of us.
Right.
To be our next president.
And the reality is either one of them is going to be the president.
Yeah, all we're saying is if you were able to vote or were to vote, and hypothetically, we even know what we know. Let's just say that I'll just say I'm a Methodist. Let's just say I'm a Baptist, and we don't know this as the SDA message. We don't know prophecy. We don't know. We just love people. We love God, and we want the right thing for our country. Let's just say, hypothetically, who would you vote for? That's all we're talking about. Who would you vote for? And why would you vote for that person? That's all we're saying. We're not promoting Trump. We're not promoting Kamala. I'm not pro man. I'm pro Jesus.
You know something?
It doesn't matter what you say because people still going to say what they're going to say.
Right. You know? Let me ask Mike James a question. Mike James, your question to me is that when we're under persecution, the question you're asking me is God or man. All right, that's the question you're asking me, God or man. Now, let me ask you the better question. How would you know what you would pick under persecution? You're not there yet. All I can tell you, my brother, is to stay faithful to Jesus and pray for me that I stay faithful to Jesus, that we would hold on to Christ during persecution. But for me to say God or man during the time of persecution, I don't know what that's going to be like yet. I'm not there. And don't go, I would recommend, I would say for you, I would suggest that you don't go saying, I choose Jesus. I'm already going to say I'm going to choose Jesus. Peter did that.
You can't say that.
Peter did the same thing until that day came.
I would die with you, Lord. And soon persecution
so we got to be
sold Jesus out.
Sold Jesus out. We got to be very careful how we behave.
We got to stay connected. And I agree with Larry. This is why we got to pray for each other, brother Mike, because we don't know. We can say what we want with our mouths, but Peter walked with Jesus, the one you're serving. He walked with him. Not
just walked on land. He walked on water too.
Walked on water with them. Mike, did you walk on water with Christ? Have you ever met Christ personally? No. The one we're serving, our brother Peter, sold him out. And praise God that Jesus is not like
still reached out and picked him up.
If I sold you out right now, Mike, you probably had nothing to do with me.
Right.
But because Jesus is not like us, and he's forgiven, and he ended up showing Peter his wrong and forgiving Peter, but he also showed up and taught him a lesson in the midst of his decision, because he swore up and down, "I will die with you, Christ."
Right before the persecution, right? Before the persecution, and God said, Jesus told him, "Get the hands behind me, Satan." He knew Satan was speaking through him. Okay, Peter, do you love me? Yes, I love you. Feed my sheep. Peter.
Yo, you know what? I'm gonna keep it a buck. If it wasn't for Jesus Christ in this message, I would walk away from this church, man. Because we got some people, they're just they don't even smile. Some people are just so extreme in this church. It makes you only want to be a Seventh-day Adventist. Oh, right. You can't wear this. You can't dress like this. You can't do it. And you're talking to people, some people don't even know. I ain't talking for the ones who do know. I'm talking for the ones who don't know. Some people are Seventh-day Adventists by association. They don't even know this message. When I first came in this church, I thought everybody knew this message. And I was wrong. God had to show me.
Yeah, not even the people who are in this message know this message.
If it wasn't for Christ, and it wasn't for, for this message that God has shown me, this beautiful, beautiful message of the three angels message, I will walk away from this church and join another denomination, because people are too extreme, especially in the present truth realm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just the thing about it is they don't realize.
Let me say this. We're sitting here telling this brother Mike. We're sitting here telling this brother that we don't vote. We don't vote, man. We're pro Jesus, and he shoots at all the nominees and all that. People like you, brother Mike. I don't know who you are. I don't know you, but
I don't think he's. I don't.
You. If I didn't know better, you would make me walk out of this church. People.
No, I wouldn't say it like that. I wouldn't go that far, Jay. I don't think. I think his questions. I think his questions. I think Brother Mike's questions are legitimate questions, but it's almost like, like the one he says. He asks another. He has another question. Like he says, you have simple choices without persecution. You choose Trump. I never said that I choose Trump. Okay. I said my brother Jamal asked me a question. He says, who do you think would be a better leader? Okay. And I'm giving reasons as to why Trump would be a better leader. I didn't say I chose him. I said I'm giving reasons as to why he'll be a better leader. I've compared and contrasted the two between Trump and Kamala Harris, and I believe that Trump will be a better leader. Now, I'm not choosing him as a president. I can't because I don't vote. Okay? All right? Jamal doesn't vote. The other thing was, shouldn't a president nominee show fruits of the Spirit? I believe that they should. That's my opinion. That may be Jamal's opinion, and I believe that they should show some fruits of the Spirit. Right? The question is to you: did King Saul, show fruits of the Spirit? Did Manasseh show fruits of the Spirit? These guys became kings, and the people chose Saul to be their king. Right? Understand this. Did Barabbas have any fruits of the Spirit? They chose Barabbas over Jesus. So we make these mistakes as human beings on purpose or not on purpose, right? The question for us is, does Kamala have the fruits of the Spirit? She clearly is telling you she's lied a lot. Trump has lied. She has lied. Okay? The other part is, what makes the matter to me even worse is that she stands for a certain ideology as Christians that we should not align ourselves with.
You said if you had to make a choice, you'll choose Trump. So just because you say Trump, that means that you're voting.
Oh, no. I said, okay. I said, and he probably heard me say that. I said, if I had to vote today, if I had to be a voter, if I was a person that votes, I would vote for Trump. Why? Because the other side does not align with my values. That's all that it is. The response has an if in front of it, which is conditional, meaning that I don't vote. So I'm just going by what we're talking about. But if I had to choose one of the other, if it was a, hey, Larry, you got to choose one of the other, I'm going to go with one that at least aligns with my values. Okay. Where Kamala does not align with my values. That's it. But you're gonna take this snip, right? You're gonna say, "Yo, Larry's a Trump supporter." I'm sure somebody's gonna cut this right there and say that Larry's a Trump supporter, which is fine, because you know why? I've got the full 4 hours.
These are the two people that they put in front of us as Americans. Let's wipe away us being Seventh-day. Let's wipe away us being Christians. Period.
Right.
These are the two people that they put in front of us. This is what we're given.
Right. Another thing,
we weren't giving Candace Owens. We wasn't giving, and she's not even a politician.
Right.
We weren't even giving Ramaswamy. Like, these are the two people that they gave us.
Bro.
These two people that's going to run the country. That's going to run the country that you live in the next 4 years, whether left or right. Either one. They're still going to represent the country that you live in, whether you vote or not. Whatever choices that these two individuals make is going to affect your life because it affects prophecy.
You know something? You know what kills me is that we talk like these people cannot give their lives to Jesus.
Now, we don't even be praying for these people that they give life to Jesus.
They act like these people cannot give their lives to Christ. Nebuchadnezzar, and I love what this person said. Nadette, she clearly said another thing. Nebuchadnezzar was a wicked and evil king, but he gave his heart to God.
And praise the Lord.
You see my point? You know Manasseh was an evil king. Eventually, he gave his life to Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
So when we look at these, when we look at people, we cannot out.
We got to stop this extremism.
Yeah, we have to cut that. Kamala Harris can give her life to Jesus. In this moment right now that they're running for president, and I'm very clear about the positions that they stand for. Again, if I had to choose, I have no choice but to choose. This is a one of those things where this is what you got. You got two choices, Larry. Blue or red. Take a pill, right? I'm going to go with what's closest to my values. That's it. But I have a choice not to choose. So I'm not voting for anybody. I vote for, look, my calling, every day I make my calling election sure.
Yo, Larry, you know what this remind me of? This remind me of when Walter White did that video, I think last year in 2023, on the Bible and Spirit of Prophecy, when he talked about, he put a disclaimer. I'm not time setting. I'm just showing you what Sister White said and what the Bible said when he brought everything back to 2027, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That Jesus may or may not come. But it points to that year. But I'm not time setting, and what happened? People still said it was time setting.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter if you got disclaimers or not. People, they're just going to see what they see.
I think they're coming in. I think they're coming in late because they did not get the first 3 hours of our discussion, right? Where we talked about from a biblical standpoint, we talked about it from Sister White's standpoint, and now we're just having an open conversation. But we were having an open conversation from the beginning, right? Yeah. And we clearly said that this is not about us voting. We don't go out and vote. We're actually sitting right here. We've been sitting right here most of the time. Most of my day was been in my office. I don't go out. I don't vote. I don't go early vote. I don't do anything. Jamal doesn't do any of those things either, right? But we are able to talk about these things, and we should be able to talk about these things. I don't think there's any problem. You know,
it has everything to do with prophecy.
Right. That's the thing. The thing about it is,
because if these people don't do, then that means God is a liar.
You know something, Jamal?
And we know, and God says, I'm not a man that I should lie. So we have to pay attention to these things. I ain't said we got to vote.
But we have to pay attention.
We have to look at this.
Jamal, let me make this other thing clear. You know something that I do with Donald Trump, and I've been doing this since 2016. Ever since the man was on Instagram and we had an open access to send him messages, I've been witnessing to this brother, and I'm not the only one that's been witnessing to him. I have interview videos with other people that have been sending him information and been witnessing to Donald Trump. Seventh-day Adventists, okay? Seventh-day Adventists, and there are people in his in his circle that has sent messages back. Hey, thank you so much for this book. Thank you so much for the great controversy. Thank you so much for sending this to us. We will take a look at it. And he'll send a message back. Just read. Love the first chapter. Whatever. Because he's a person that likes to read. I've got people on interview saying these things. Okay? Now.
He's telling you stick to prophecy then.
Now, that's the problem with people. Stick to prophecy, so we can't talk about this. That's another way of that's exactly. This is a way of subverting. This is a way of subverting information and free speech. Like, oh no, just talk about what we expect you to talk about. Again, this is my platform that God has blessed me with. So we have the power to choose what to speak about. And we're going to do that. Back to Donald Trump again. Yeah. There's a bunch of Seventh-day Adventist people, not evangelicals, not all the. There are a handful of Adventist people. I myself am one of them who's been witnessing to this guy. Witnessing, praying. Because there's something about him. He's open to things. He's open.
Yeah.
So with that being said, if he's like a Nebuchadnezzar, we've got to be Daniels. Right?
That's right.
If he's like a Cyrus, we've got to be Daniels. Right. Right. Oh, Saul was another one.
And supposedly they're calling him Cyrus.
Right. Saul was another one.
Cyrus. But if we don't know what Cyrus is doing, and we don't know, especially if he becomes president, if Cyrus is cutting up, ain't doing right, Who's gonna? Everybody don't have this message.
Nah.
This is the last day message.
Listen, we need to pray for.
Listen, I personally gave T.D. Jakes
a book, a great controversy book.
I gave it to him. I put it in his hand.
And talk to him.
Right. Whatever he did with it, obviously he didn't, because now he's under investigation. That's on him.
But the point is, Jamal.
2017.
The point is, you witness. I'm saying the point is, you are a witness.
I was a witness.
That's it. That is it. You are a witness, and we are all witnesses. We are all putting this thing out there. So listen. The more we talk bad, look, we can talk bad about Trump and Kamala Harris all day long. At the end of it, what does it prove? That we're just like them. That's it. We're just like them. You're no better than they are. You are no better. None of us on this platform right here, or even in the chat, is better than they are.
All sinners.
It would be very sad that we're on the outside and Trump is over there talking to Gabriel and Jesus on the inside. Like, thank you for saving my life.
Larry, didn't Sister White say the ones who you thought were going to be there are not going to be there, and the ones that you didn't think were going to be there is going to be there? Didn't she say that?
Yes, sir.
We better be careful, because we're thinking that we're going to be there, and because we can say whatever we want with our mouths, just like Peter did. And don't tell me you're greater than Peter. He walked with Jesus himself. He witnessed the miracles himself.
You know who else walked with? You know who else walked with Jesus? You know who else walked with Jesus?
What?
Judas. He walked with Jesus.
That's right.
And he ain't making it to the kingdom. So we have to be careful that our walk with Christ is genuine, and that we also care about other people. Listen. I gave my comparison, and I contrasted Trump to Kamala Harris in terms of what I see opened in terms of two candidates and what they stand for. I gave my account because I was asked about it. Okay? All right? I will still pray, and I do pray for Kamala Harris. Matter of fact, pray for her this morning. Praying for Trump. Because God can still use these people. She may stand for one thing and get into the presidency, and you know what? The Holy Spirit tells her, this is not what I want you to do, and works upon her heart and wrings her heart and turns her around. But that prayer can do that.
That's right.
Prayer can do the same for Trump. But we have such a hatred for the man.
And Kamala.
We have, yeah, exactly. Come on. We have such a hatred for this man.
Even the Pope, Larry. How many of us are really praying for the Pope? We're all talking about it, but how many are really praying for him? Like, don't say that he will give his heart and let somebody else.
Yeah, you think the one problem about him is the Bible calls him the man of sin, so that's already tapped in on him. But here it is. To answer Mike James' question again, if you had to vote, Larry, why did you choose Trump? I think I made that very clear. Once again, the principles that he's standing on aligns closer to my values. Number one. Let's check it out again. Number one, okay? As a business owner, if I had to look at it from just being practical, I'm practical because I do own businesses. Jamal owns businesses. So we're practical people. We are human beings, flesh and blood. There's food that needs to be in my refrigerator. My children get hungry. I do too. So I have to look at things. I think you put gasoline in your car unless you drive an EV. Even with the EVs, you got to make sure that you have enough money in your account to go sit down for an hour and 10 minutes to make sure that you can charge up your car, okay? All right, so let's look at it from a practical standpoint one more time. Practically, I know the agenda that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, that administration for the past 3.5 years, I know what the agenda they've been running under. 3 points to their agenda: open borders, make sure everybody gets vaccinated because of COVID, and also climate change has to be, all things climate change has to be passed, okay? All right, that's what they ran under, and that's what they're still looking to run under today, because that is an agenda that they need to set forth. They need a second term to cement their agenda. All right, Donald Trump, let's look at his agenda. His agenda: removing immigration, taking out those immigrants that are bringing the economy down by sucking everything out of the economy to make sure that they get fed better than American citizens. Got to deal with that. Also got to deal with the fact that the border is an issue. Got to deal with the fact that economy is an issue. As a business owner, as a father, as a husband, as a homeowner, as a property owner, these things matter to me. I don't vote, but it still matters to me because it still affects me. Not because you don't vote, it will not affect you. It still affects you even if you don't vote. That's just the way it is. That's reality. So you can't hide behind some rock and say, I serve Jesus, it won't affect me. It will. It's supposed to.
The whole world.
Right.
Because we know when America sneezes, the whole world catches a cold. Everything has to start with America first. So why would you not pay attention to what's going on? Because God said it's going to start with America first.
This guy still talking about money values.
These are two people who can push this agenda. Tomorrow it can break loose, or 5, 10 years from now. However God sees fit. God has a say in that. But God set up kings, God takes them down. But we know from prophecy that God says it starts with America first, because when America sneezes, the whole world catches the cold.
You know the Bible says money answereth all things. So if you continue saying, it's all about the money, I think you missed everything what I said, right?
Yo, hold on, Larry. Man, let's get off of this.
Yeah, that's great.
Because they're trolling. He's trolling.
Yeah, he's scrolling. He's
but don't act like money's not important, because the Bible said money. Read Ecclesiastes 10 in verse 19.
This dude talking about I'm moving away from the three angels message.
Money is important.
Mike,
now he says the love of money is the root of all evil.
Right.
Money is very important.
Money answereth all things.
Whatever you got in your pocket, in your bank account, get rid of right now.
Yo, Mike James, who told you that I'm moving away from the three angels message? Some smokescreen. Brother, I don't even know you. You don't know me. We're having a conversation about politics on a night that is a presidential election.
That's going to change our life forever, because prophecy, because Jesus is about to come and prophecy is fulfilling.
And we're looking at it from a prophetic lens, which we have already been looking at from the forefront. So I think this is a Mike James issue. I think Mike James needs to take care of that issue. Let's move forward. All right.
He's trolling, man.
Yeah. Let's move forward. Because you got these people that think that they know so much, Jamal. They got this idea that I got all this knowledge and I know so much and da 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 da. Brother.
Those people that make you walk away. I know a lot of people like that in the church, man. They're just so extreme. They don't even smile. People like that, you know what I'm saying? They don't even smile, man. Like, listen, look, I know, Larry, I know soon that it's not going to be a laughing matter soon. We know persecution is coming. We know prophecy. Everything that God says was about to take place.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? But these people don't even smile. Like.
Yeah, they live a life.
First, with a tape measure, measuring women's dresses.
Bro, they live a life. They
live
a life within their smoke screen, because you see up front, they throw all the scripture at you, and they believe that they're more pious than anybody else. But that back screen, behind the scenes, that's not for me to judge you, bro. And you've already judged me based on a conversation that we're having. That's fine. I get that. I get that all the time. It's okay. The thing is, because we have a platform, you're going to get scrutinized and criticized. That's fine. I'm
okay with it, Larry. You know why
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with it because you know why? We're in a time where truth is being. We're in a time of the truth, and we're in a time of cancel culture.
Mm-hmm.
When you speak the truth, people want to cancel you. And this is where we are, whether you're in the church or whether you're in the world. We're seeing it.
That's right. That is right.
I'm saying on Satan's side, you see Cat Williams speaking out against all these celebrities, and they're canceling people. And guess what? Everything he said is coming to fruition. They're all getting thrown in jail. All right? On God's side, you speak in the church, you know what I'm saying, thus saith the Lord, or what God said, you know what I'm saying? Now they want to silence you. No one cancels. So either way you go, man, You know what I'm saying? I'm okay with it, man.
Look at the other one. Look at the other comment, man. I'm just sorry, but this is funny stuff. Look at the other comment, Jay. White supremacy and racism is a present truth issue. I'm sorry.
Wow.
But yo, they're talking about us and the three angels message. And that's just real funny to me, man. I mean, come on, man. Come on. All right, we're gonna leave that one right there.
Yeah, Jesus is coming back for the human race, not for a race.
Not for a race, man. Come on, man.
Satan did that. And the funny thing about it, back in 2016, 2016, my own people were calling me a sellout on my platform. That was during the Periscope days. When George Soros was a white man, billionaire, started Black Lives Matter. He started that. He started that movement to get Hillary Clinton elected at that time.
Right.
He started that movement. And Black Lives Matter only came around election time.
Yeah.
When somebody got elected, you hear for 4 years, you heard nothing about Black Lives Matter. But the minute election time comes again, here comes
Black Lives Matter.
For all these organizations, because they want to push their narratives, they want to push their agendas, and you know what I'm saying. And it's the only time you see it now. We want to use a race as a card. You know what I'm saying? This is why God created the rainbow. You know what I'm saying? The word gay comes from the Bible. The word gay. If I say I'm gay right now, y'all probably think, oh, Jamal's a homosexual. No, God, that comes from the Bible. The Bible says the word gay means happy.
Happy, right.
But Satan took the word gay and made it a derogatory word, made it a homosexual.
Yeah. You know that people believe that David and Jonathan were gay? That they were homosexuals?
Man, yeah.
Because Jonathan says, I love you, and David says, I love you. And, you know, our bond will never be broken. They were best friends.
We're best friends.
Okay.
It's just like Paul says to give a holy kiss. So that means I'm gay if I give a holy kiss.
Exactly.
It's
just weird stuff, man.
I'm happy to see my brother. That means I'm gay.
Right.
See, that's what television and Satan and his entertainment did to us. It desensitized us where we can't even show love to one another. We can't even tell each other we love them because it has to be something. Again, it goes back to this no Diddy. Now people are saying no Diddy, or they saying pause.
Right.
All of a sudden. Like you can have a conversation. If I say brother, I love you, I gotta say pause.
Pause. No Diddy.
If I don't say pause, then now I'm a homosexual.
No, I'm not homosexual.
This is where deception got us, Larry.
Hey, let me ask you a question, man. Let me ask you a question. The Bible says that heaven is going to be four square. Okay, four square. That means they're going to be corners, right? All right. What side of heaven are the white folks going to be at? And what side of heaven the black folks going to be at? I just want to know, so when we get there, you know, we making sure we repping for the right side, man, because, you know, them folks over there, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to mess with the white people.
Over there, we want to fraternize with white people on the street black.
Yeah, because I'm gonna answer this one guy, because, you know, I don't know if it's a guy or a girl, but the papacy is the white supremacy beast. I don't know about that. Let me say this. Okay. White supremacy is a construct, okay? It is a construct. It is constructed. It is made up for a reason. And the reason is for division. Period. Division. If you want to say white supremacy, then you got to add other colors to it. Black
Lives Matter.
All of these other things. Anybody who feels that they're superior over you, gender superiority, gender supremacy, if they feel so, if you make them superior over you, then that's your fault.
Your fault.
That's your personal problem. You cannot walk around here thinking that somebody is superior over you. Mm-hmm. You are a child of the King.
Child of God.
You are a child of God. No one is superior over you.
He said we are the royal priesthood.
Right. We're not here to, this is not, listen here, at MC Ministries, you're going to get real conversations, real discussions. This is not, I'm not going to wash my mouth for you and put water in my mouth to kind of like placate anything. Listen to me. I don't believe in white supremacy. The only supremacy that I believe in is the Godhead that rules over heaven and earth and the sea and the waters under the earth. Okay?
Man.
That's the supremacy I believe in.
Man.
Satan wants you to believe that there's somebody who's superior over you. Anytime you continue saying those words, white supremacy this, white supremacy that, you're giving them power. If you're saying that the Roman power is white supremacy, you're giving it power. Take that power back. Quit talking about supremacy this and supremacy that. As a matter of fact, change your name tag. Stop saying that you believe in some white supremacy. The more it's in your name tag.
That's right.
Shabbat justice, protesting white supremacy. Who are you protesting against? You are a Protestant protesting against Catholicism.
The system, not the people.
Not the people, exactly. You have to change your attitude, change the way you think. You are a child of the King. You know the song, A Child of the King? A child of the King with Jesus, my Savior. I'm a child of the King. We got to stop doing that stuff. It's unbecoming. We're making, look, man, look, I've got friends of all different nationalities and race. And not one time I feel that these people are superior over me. Not one time. I never grew up that way. And maybe because I was raised in the Bronx, we didn't, Jamal, when we were up north, did we get that kind of stuff? We never thought about no white supremacy, this and white. We didn't care. We didn't care. We were in a melting pot of people. And look, I've dated white girls. I've dated Puerto Ricans. We all were mixing and matching because that's what we saw. We were around that. I come to the South. I'm hearing white supremacy, and this happens down here mainly because of racism and slavery was prevalent more down here than it was in the North. But come on now, come on. It's 2024. We don't have to do this anymore. We have Jesus in our core. Don't let me start rhyming or making up a whole poem here. Stop me while I can, Jamal.
I always tell people, if God only made one race, it would be boring. It would have been boring. That's why he created the rainbow colors. You know what I'm saying? Because he made us all different. For racism didn't come into play until Babylon. Until the Tower of Babel, when he changed the languages. It used to be one language.
Right.
Even in some countries, if you go to Brazil right now, there's white Brazilians and black Brazilians.
Right.
Dominican Republic, there's black Hispanics and dark Hispanics. There was never no racism. But here in America, it was racism. You know why? Because this is the devil's plan, to segregate. Look at the end. That's why God tells us to study the animal kingdom. When you see a herd of buffaloes, what do you see lions do? They try to get the sick,
the weakest one, right?
The smallest one away from the herd, because if they try to you ever see a lion try to make a kill in the midst of a stampede, they can trample to death.
Right.
And that's what Satan does. He try to remove us away from the herd so he could destroy us. So the longest he can get you with white, black, and brown and all this other foolishness to get you away from the herd,
right,
you'll get destroyed. The
Bro,
Bible says my people
die lack of knowledge. Yeah, exactly. And this whole thing, man, and what's the person's name? I don't know the person's name. I don't get it, but let's see here. Shabbat justice. Listen to me. If you can just take out the word white. Because every time you talk about white, you're saying, Larry, it's not about white people. But white supremacy, that the whole premise of that word is about white people. Okay? So just take out the word white. Satan wants to rule over us. Satan wants to usurp God's supremacy. That's the one.
Why don't you say Satan or say Satan supremacy? Because this is all his work.
Right. But I'm trying to get the person to understand, listen, we don't need to worry about this white supremacy thing. Okay, let's move away from the word white. Okay? Satan is the head of the papacy. The Bible says that the dragon gave the beast his power.
Power,
Okay?
yeah.
So Satan is the head. He is the one leading the papacy. Okay? So with that being said, sin is the core. It's the foundation of all of this. God is supreme. He is the one that has all supremacy.
Man, yo, I like some of these topics though.
No, we need to have these topics.
I find it amusing.
Yeah, we need to have these topics.
White culture / empire is tied to Sunday sacredness. Wow.
Right. White culture empire is like, but no, it's not. It's not. And I know where he's getting this from because it's the European thing.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. I can drag it right down. I can pull it from you because I've had these conversations before. I've had these debates before. Okay, so I know where you're going. You're going to this European thing and all this. You're gonna go down that route. But bro, or my sister, I don't know. I can't tell because based upon the name, it's beyond that. Okay, it is beyond that. Okay, Romanism, that means everybody there is all white, right? Because they're. Let me just put this to you straight, and I'm gonna tell you: take a trip to Kentucky, and go to the Ark. And I want you to also, there's a brother, my brother, what's his name? Adrian McQueen from his YouTube channel, Even at the Doors, right? Okay. This brother is, I'm telling you, man, I love this guy because he's well-read, because this guy, he is a, he's a historian. I don't, his political views. He's from England, so he doesn't really understand American political views.
He's black. He's from Europe.
He's black. He's from Europe. but I would recommend you look at his page and how he talks about the races, because we are all a shade of brown, and there is light shade of brown, and then there's dark shade of brown. And brother, when you learn that, when you see how God utilized the skin colors for different reasons and why we have these different colors, and the reason why God did this is because he wanted us to procreate and have different types of the mixture. He wanted that. That's the reason why he says, be fruitful and multiply. Listen to this. Listen to this. Where do you think white people came from? That's the question I have for you. Where do you think white people came from? If you can answer that question, that one question, then I'll know exactly where to go with the next one, okay? And this is for anybody else who's listening, since we're on this conversation about race, where do you think white people came from? I'm not saying about black, because everybody's gonna answer the black question. I want to know where did white people come from?
That's a great question.
Because again,
that's to let you know we love you. You know what I'm saying? When we ain't trolling you, we ain't sincere. You know what I'm saying? But so we just let you know it's not always about race, man.
No, it's not about race, and I'm not prejudging. I'm not making any assumptions. I just want people to understand that we need to get away from this white supremacy thing, and let's not attach white supremacy to everything. That's the case. The opposite has to be true. There's got to be black supremacy. If there's white, there's got to be black. Oh, as a matter of fact, Jamal, were you not in the occult, in the secret societies?
Yes, I was.
Okay, what does black and white mean?
The yin and the yang.
Harmony, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they go together, right? The yin and the yang of the black and white, right?
It's enlightenment.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, let's lay the foundation there.
The spiritual realm, it goes deep.
There you go. So if there's white, there's got to be what? Black. If there's light, there's got to be what? Darkness, right? Okay. So when somebody says, Larry, there's only white supremacy, I don't believe them. You know why? Because if there's white supremacy, there has to be black supremacy. The opposite has to be true. There's got to be opposites. Has to be. Okay? Man.
That's all. Hey, Larry, check the polls, man.
Yeah, there are. Are there 2 Supreme Courts in America? Yes, there are. There's more than one Supreme Court in America.
Actually, there is one because I built one in Boston. We actually,
Jamal said, "Yeah, I was on."
Remodeled. Yeah, we actually remodeled it.
Let's check and see what's going on. Right now, they're talking about the Senate, and it looks like, well, right now the Congress is pretty much red. Congress is taking away with this thing, so it's all going to be Republicans in the House. In the Senate right now, the Republicans are winning 51-41, and there's a lot more seats to be had in the Congress. So that looks like the Republicans are winning that area. Donald Trump, I don't see anything yet for Donald Trump or for Kamala Harris. Last I checked, it was 230 for Donald Trump, 191 for Kamala Harris. But I'm gonna pull it as soon as it comes back up. I'm gonna put it on the screen so you guys can see it. I think they're still talking about the Senate race right now. But as soon as they go back to the presidential race, I will put it back on the screen, man. And then I think, if Donald Trump goes to like 240, then we can call it a night, because I don't think he's going to get 30 tonight. I think right now Pennsylvania is in play for him right now. It is trending red in Pennsylvania, which that's pretty much all he would need. Secret Society. Mike James, I was a part of the 5%ers when I was in New York, just to let you know. I was part of the 5%. So that's where I was. Okay. And Mike James says 209 for her. Okay, I didn't see that yet, Mike. But as soon as I get there, I will let you guys know. Let's see. I'm gonna check and see what other 230 for Trump. Okay, 209 for her. All right, you're getting the stuff. So he needs 30 more. She needs a good handful. And I think for right now, if he wins Pennsylvania, and it looks like he's going to win Michigan, no, he looks like he's going to win Wisconsin and Minnesota. That's what it looks like. If he wins those, then it's a long night. I mean, a short night. Excuse me, a short night. But let's see what's coming up.
Wow,
let's take a look. Let me take a look. I know you're ready to go. We got to go. Give me 1 second.
No, anybody who's president of the United States, they're all Freemasons.
Are you saying that for real? I don't think Kennedy was a Freemason. But then again, they eat their own, so
Look at your history. Look at your history.
They eat their own.
They're all Freemasons, man. I'm trying to tell you. You know what I'm saying? Freemasonry, it goes deep, man. It runs deep. It goes deep. Yep.
I don't even know where my mouse is at right now. Hold on, give me a second.
So either way, like I said, whoever wins, prophecy is still going to be fulfilled.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. Prophecy will still be fulfilled either way, right? Either way, prophecy will be fulfilled.
And Larry, if God gives us another 4 years to vote, whoever want to vote then, prophecy.
The crazy thing about it, man. The crazy thing about it, I'm more afraid as to see what's going to take place in the next 4 years.
I'm afraid too. To see that, because something's really telling me in my spirit that these next, from here on out, our lives are not going to be normal.
No.
The way we see normalcy now, we already see all the handwriting on the wall already, but we're going to see changes that have never been seen before. Either way, who wins tonight?
Yeah, I'm more afraid of what's going to take place, what's in hand, for the next few years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I believe that, there's a promise that Trump is making and all kinds of things. I know for certain it's going to be very tough for this man if he wins. It's going to be very, very tough for him because it's supposed to get worse. It's supposed to get worse. Now,
just
Jamal,
they're gonna start taking a crack at him.
They're ready. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. The whole point is to take a crack. They're going to go after him wholeheartedly. But you know what I was thinking about, Jamal? You know what Sister White says, that there's going to be a reprieve, right? There's going to be a short period of time where God's going to give us some reprieve, where we can get the message out, right? It's that third angel's message. I was telling that to Jeremy, and Jeremy said it to me, which kind of made me think. He said, Larry, that was he's of the mind that was like in 2016 to 2020, and then COVID was the shift that makes everything goes faster, right? So it makes me think like maybe we already passed that, or maybe not. I don't know.
Fourth turning. Remember you did that thing on the fourth turning? That was powerful, man.
That's the thing. The fourth turning is what I'm thinking about. So that's what's spinning on the other side of my mind, is the fourth turning. Because there's got to be, so we've gone through the dark winter, right? Yeah. The dark winter is that fourth turning, and then there is the spring where things start fresh and new. A new era is coming upon us now, and I think this is where we're transitioning to. If you ask me,
yeah,
this is where we're transitioning to. I have a problem. I think my system is either froze. Something's going on. Give me 1 second.
I'm telling you, man. This election, man. However it goes, our lives ain't gonna be the same from here on out, man.
Nah, things.
We're about to see some major. Now we already seen some major changes in the last 5 years, the last 10 years, in the last 5 years. We're really about to see some major shifts and changes that we've never seen before.
Yeah, like I said, you're going to hear the word unprecedented.
The unprecedented. And just by this presidency, watching how this presidency played out, is letting you know that it's not going to be the same, because this presidency was not like how it normally was.
Unprecedented.
Listen, how many debates they even had?
They didn't even have as much as they normally supposed to have.
Yo, when did you know they have a debate in August? And you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like,
unprecedented, bro. Unprecedented. Yep. Everything you see here today is unprecedented. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And that's where it's at right now. That's where it's at right now. I don't even know where my mouse went to. Like I can't see my Let me get my mouse pad real quick. Hold on 1 second. It just disappeared on me. Let's see if I can do something here.
Our focus as children of God, our focus needs to be focusing on Christ, because if I'm saying it doesn't matter, that's why I love. We were told to read 1 Corinthians chapter 12 and 13 every day before we even start our worship.
Mm-hmm.
We need to be reading that every day before we start our morning devotion, and we need to be reading that because, in verse 13, chapter 13 tells us you can have all the prophecies, you can have, but if you can have all this without love.
Yeah, you're just a tinkling cymbal and you're just a sounding brass. You're just making noise.
Yeah, it means nothing, man. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't have love for people, man, whether they're doing right or wrong, that's why people like Trump, you got to pray for Trump. People like Kamala, you got to pray for her. People like Joe Biden, you got to
pray for them.
We got to pray for them. But they give their lives over to the Lord, because we know a lot of wickedness is coming out. They're all liars.
Pray for them.
I don't care. All politicians are liars.
Yep.
Just like all lawyers are liars.
Got to pray for them. All lawyers are liars.
All lawyers are liars. You know what I'm saying? Because they get paid to lie.
So
stand for you.
Jesus is our lawyer, my friend.
Yeah. Name one lawyer, that can say they honestly told the truth the whole practice. You know what I'm saying?
Johnny
Because
Cochran.
when somebody come in there and say that they didn't commit the murder,
Johnny Cochran.
I don't know about
If the glove don't fit, you must have quit.
I was only one hit.
No, I'm just messing with you. Jamal, I'm trolling, man. I'm just messing with you, Troll. I'm just messing with you. Hey, you fell right into that one right there.
I remember that.
Johnny Cochran.
That was the longest shot I ever seen,
man, Johnny Cochran's my hero, bro. If the glove don't fit, you must have quit. Hey, Michelle Bryant. We didn't say that we are not in the fourth turning. I said that we're the whole point is that we're coming into a new era. So coming out of the fourth turning will be that spring, right? There'll be that spring where we have to come into a new era of life. That's what the turning point is, coming into where we are today, right? Please look at, if you look at my video, called The Fourth Turning, you'd see what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
but yes.
Powerful, man. For those who are watching, go to Larry's channel and watch that. It's called The Fourth Turning.
Fourth Turning. Matter of fact, I believe
it was done last. It was done last year.
No, it was 2 years ago.
This year? It was 2 years ago?
2 years ago, yeah. 2 years ago. I think it's on Rumble.
But it was powerful, man.
Yeah, I think I had to move it to Rumble or to one of those channels because
I started doing one for the SDA church.
Mm-hmm.
I never finished it. I got to finish that sermon. It's called the fourth turning of the SDA church.
Of the SDA church, right?
Yeah, all the shifts in our church. In the last 50 years, man, it's crazy. I got to finish that sermon.
A lot of things happened in our church in the last 50 years. A lot of things. A lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, fourth turning. I'll put the COVID-21. I'll put that in our chat right now. So this is for COVID-21.
Yeah, man. Listen, on my platform, man, they took a lot of my videos down. The ones I did years ago, I think I did one on the and this is before this algorithm stuff, man. Like when people go watch it, and because now when people watch it, the algorithms pick up the and so they took a lot of my videos down, even though they were
you gotta go back and tell them to put them back on there. Or what I did was I just put together a Rumble account.
Yeah, because I did something on the Dark Winter, man. That and I don't know if it's still up there. I don't go check, but I believe they took it down.
Yeah, I think the fourth turning one, I had to move it to I think I moved it to Rumble. Because our dear friends at YT was not feeling it. So I believe it's on Rumble, and I'm going to share that Rumble. Yes, it looks like it's on Rumble. So let's go look to Rumble and find it for you guys.
My video's on Rumble.
I was supposed to be streaming live on Rumble tonight, and I didn't do that. So let's go to my content on Rumble. And we're looking at channels. And let's get that for you. Fourth turning. Let's see where it's at. The fourth turning. Pandemic, yada, yada, yada. Am I missing something? I think I am. It's kind of weird. I don't see it either on here. Shifty shift.
Yeah. I just want to encourage everybody while you're looking for that. I just want to encourage everybody, man, that start having your morning devotions. If you can wake up for that job, if you only give me 5-10 minutes to, and I'll talk to myself too. We gotta really, really start buckling down and putting Jesus first, making him the centerpiece of our life. Because if he's not the centerpiece of your life, man, I don't care how much you say Jesus and his name, and actions is louder than words, man. Speaks louder than words, man. And so, you know, God is calling all of us to repentance, and He's calling all of us to be faithful in order. And I found out that I cannot keep the Sabbath on my own. I can't. But I know with Christ in me, I can keep the Sabbath.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, so we got to start asking the Lord, I need to be one with you because I need you in me, you know. And you know, Jesus was our example, you know, when He came and laid His life down for us, you know. This is why He couldn't use His powers. You know, He had to leave His omnipotent powers on the throne, because had He came in His own power when He was Michael, He came in His own powers, you know, Satan would have said, well, these are human beings. They ain't got those type of powers. They're cheating. So the Father had to be His example. So when He had obeyed His Father, this is why He says, Jesus came. He came to work, and this is why Sunday can't be the day of rest. It can't be, and this is why, because if Jesus is working, because He came in human form to do a work, to die for our sins, to pick up where Adam failed us at. That's why His first temptation was food, because that's what Adam failed us at. Which was his last temptation, was food. That, you know what I'm saying, when he ate the forbidden fruit. And so Jesus' first temptation in His ministry was food. And so, you know, at the end of the day, you know, He already laid it out for us, man. Christ, He picked up where Adam left off, man. This is why he's considered the second Adam. He's considered the second Adam because he did what Adam was supposed to do. You know, Adam was supposed to get the victory, but he didn't. He ended up failing, listening to his wife, and you know, and his wife listened to the serpent. And then this is why we're watching our loved ones die today, and we got to die eventually, unless Christ comes. So,
man, it is kind of weird that I can't find my video now, and I'm starting to think, did they take it down?
Yeah, I hope they didn't. That's a powerful video, man. Yo, man, Larry, man, your wife, he said she going to bed, brother.
My wife was on?
Yeah, she right there.
Where?
At least TV pillow talk. He said bedtime. She said, you go. She put the boom. She put the boom, man. I didn't know she was on either, man.
I didn't know she was even on. Oh, man. Anyway, let's take a look at this, what's happening on there, and then we're going to make a move, man. I think my stomach is growling. I haven't eaten no food. I ain't do nothing yet, man. I've been on here. Oh, man. I've been on here the longest time, man. Hey.
I know my wife some paperwork, man.
I know that's what they were doing. I know it's what they talk about his bedtime. She over there doing paperwork.
I got to help her with this paperwork. My eyes, man.
Let me go ahead and just take a look at what's going on. Let's take a look at the breaking news. I think for right now, it's they've got, and I can't put the audio on because it's not my video.
Right. Still.
So this got Shifty Schiff won California, of course, as the Senate. But the Senate, of course, is it's at a point where, you know, I think it's like 51-42 for the Democrats. And I'm going to see if we can shift over to another channel real quick. Let's see if we could. They may be moving on. I don't know. But let's see if... Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to... All right, let's see if we could change a few things here.
Thank you, Brother Mike. Appreciate you, man.
Good conversation, Mike.
We appreciate the dialogue with you.
It was a great conversation, man. And just to let other people know, no hard feelings about our conversations. Just
not at all.
Just good conversation that we're having. You know what I'm saying? Very good conversation. So
still gonna agree on certain things. I mean that we
yeah, and that's the whole thing about it, man. It's much love. We know that not everybody's going to agree on certain things. There's going to be different types of discussions and stuff like that. So we love it. And for who's the other person that I loved having a conversation with, and I appreciate you guys coming on too.
Shabbat Justice.
Shabbat Justice, Shabbat Justice, man.
I think that's the whole name. I think that's their name. Shabbat Justice Protesting White Supremacy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Protesting white supremacy. Appreciate the conversation. No hard feelings going back and forth. We love it. The banter is good for all of us because it keeps us humble and it keeps us, you know what I'm saying? It keeps us grounded. So appreciate it. Appreciate all that came on. I'm trying to see right now what I think. I think people may have just kind of given up on the score here. I don't really see much of anybody. I moved over to over to Cable News Network, and they're not really talking about anything either. Let's see here.
You probably gonna find a lot of things in the morning time anyway.
Yeah, they're not really talking about anything over here. They're just talking about.
I'm not really worried about it, man. At the end of the day, like I said, man, Charles Spurgeon said it in the 1800s, man. Choose the lesser of two evils, man. But God says,
choose no evil.
Choose no evil at all, man.
Choose no evil.
I wouldn't vote for them.
If
I had to pick somebody, that was the question I asked earlier. If I had to, then you got to pick one. If I had to pick one, but I wouldn't pick one because both parties they're wicked, man.
Choose no evil, man. That's all that it is at this point of time. We have to make that right. You know what I'm saying? And listen, man, we enjoyed you guys, man. Jamal, we never did a live this long in our life.
I know, man. We was on here almost 4 hours, man.
Great conversation. We don't know if we're going to keep this one on, but man, we do appreciate you guys joining us on this. Come back on Friday night as we get back to it. We're back in the studio. We're back. Jamal and I are back. We were camping last week. This past Friday night. Week before last, we were over there. Pathfinders. Yeah, man. Week before last, we were.
That has like 700 people out there.
700? Nah, dog. 700 people.
Yeah, that's what what's his name said. He said it was 700 people.
It was 700 people?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, probably, yeah. It was 700 people.
Yeah,
it was 700 people. Yeah.
But the parents.
But everybody, yeah. 700 people. That's right. It was about 700 people, which was kind of cool, man. So we had a great time camping last weekend. Fun time. And then weekend before last, we were at a camp meeting. Camping, a camp meeting. And then, man. So appreciate that. It's been great, man. And we enjoy you guys. See you guys on Friday night. We're going to be talking about in depth from a biblical perspective, more in depth about what's going to take place, man. Look forward to that. God bless y'all. And we'll see y'all again. Jamal, appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you too.
Till we meet again, man. God bless you. Much love. All right. All right, guys. Take care.